I'll maybe just add to that, Matt, that we are working with sturgeon experts on this project to bring in that knowledge to us to understand more about the sturgeon from a scientific approach. So a lot more needs to be learned, but we're hoping that this eDNA work that our results come back successfully and we can actually use it to detect white sturgeon in the territory.
At the start of this project, we went to ONA, who have a big sturgeon project in their system, their water system down there in the Arrow Lakes and the Columbia River. And they said it took them a long time to even find out where the fish are pooling and where they're spawning. They had put out a whole bunch of egg mats. They said they just put it out at random all over the place till they found the spots where the sturgeon were spawning. And they move a long way. We've got one report of one sturgeon that was caught while we were down there. It's about 3 feet long, and it was put into the water in Oregon, and it made its way up to Revelstoke somehow through all a series of dams on the Columbia River. So they do move, and they will access where they can, but when they reach a certain size, they can't use those fishways or ladders anymore. And I'll let Michelle finish off what she was.
Oh, I was just going to say, so are you recommending that we take down Seton Dam? No, I'm just kidding. But just on the sturgeon, and I was part of a steering committee for a few years, and a lot of emphasis put on the Stolo area and more of the wreck fishery. And again, the voice that comes from there, the lobbyist that comes from there, because that's their way of life and we shouldn't be impacting it. And I said, well, we should be able to go and tell you what it's going to be like to lose your way of life because ours was taken from us. And I think it's the education that we have to start giving to the tourism industry when they come here to talk about the impacts they're doing. But when it comes to where they spawn, and I was just reading a collapse of the forage fishery in the Tsal'alh area, and they talk about sturgeon was up here. Like they fished more sturgeon than they did sockeye, and then they still had the ulikin and the herring, you know, and that's what actually sustained their community. But I'm thinking, and I haven't finished the report, that they might know. Like, are they just coming up here and they're hanging out? You know, they're down in the Lytton area. They've been there for years. The babies are all there, but maybe that's where they're spawning. And if they are, then they're in trouble because that area is so impacted. It's a good thing that they live for 50, 60, 100 years. But we'll have to make that connection as with probably the Tsal'alh. I think they just finished a study in November 2023. And I think I can touch base and ask them about the sturgeon, and their elders might know that. So Cookstown.
Any more questions, thoughts?
From the Quaqua, and the sturgeon is very interesting. It's always been interesting to me, and I've always wondered about Anderson Lake. And from what I understand, you're doing the eDNA on Anderson as well?
Yeah, we will be looking into Anderson as well, for sure.
That is, I can't wait to see the results on that. But, you know, I've always heard the stories of them in the lake, and I believe, like, just like Pemberton or the monster fish, there's a guy in Pemberton. He's the Pemberton fish finder, and he goes by the name Brad Knowles, and he runs, you know, fishing expeditions out on Anderson. But I swear, like maybe a year or two ago, I seen him with a picture of like a tiny little sturgeon that he caught at the point in Anderson Lake. I just wanted to say that, and I'm very interested in the white sturgeon in Anderson.
Thanks. Yeah, if anyone has information, stories, anything they're willing to share with SGS, we're very happy to talk to people. And we will be reaching out soon to engage with communities and understand how they want to be involved in this work. Go ahead, Denise.
Oh, hi. So when you're saying that you're getting information like from the Columbia River system, have you communicated with anybody up and along the Fraser River to see, like, I know that up in the Stewart Lake they have an endangered white sturgeon. Like, do they have anything, any kind of method or whatever that they use to try and find where their sturgeon have been spawning?
We've been doing this for 2 years, and one of our experts that we have on staff is Troy Nelson, who used to work for the our provincial government on white sturgeon. And he meets with the people that you're talking about in the Upper Fraser. And he talked about the method that we're trying to develop down here. And they're waiting for us to develop our process, our detection process. And they want to be able to use it after to work with our surgeon. So there is interest in what we're doing. What we're doing here is one of a kind. No one else in the world is doing this to our knowledge. So Statlian people are leaders in this method for sturgeon detection. So we don't want to hurt the sturgeon any more than they're already hurt. So we're trying to look for a non-invasive way of doing the detection.
Sharon again. A friend of mine, he caught a sturgeon off the pier. Little 6-inch sturgeon off our Seton pier. Chief Harry, he has seen him in Anderson Lake. Full moon, summertime, get up high, you can see him rolling. Stories I hear from another one, a fellow's digging holes for the tower, hydro line. Up high, looking down, see a boat going by. Shadow underneath it, bigger than the boat. So it was 20-foot sturgeons in Seton too. Stories I hear. Thank you.
Cookstone.
The past few years I worked for Gord Stewart actually, and another company that he works alongside with. We were running fish wheels in town, and we actually managed to catch sturgeons in our wheels. So it's like a pretty non-invasive way to catch a sturgeon, I think. Like, you need probably a bigger magnitude of a fish wheel, but maybe something to talk to him about. Could be a nice, efficient way to catch a sturgeon.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know one of the methods that we were talking about with Troy Nelson was having detectors, talking with river monsters, see if they catch fish, that we put detectors on them, same as the pit tags, but these are external, that'll drop off after a while, and we'll be able to track them with antennas. But it's expensive, and this is all internal funding that we're using right now. I'm not sure how long we can carry that on with our internal funding. So we'll do the best we can with what we got, and if we can get some outside support, we might look at other ways. I know one of the things that we're talking about that we haven't done yet, but we're looking at, is doing extraction of DNA from soil. But that's a work in progress. That'll be next step maybe, or we don't know what the next steps are until after the results of our trip to Mission and Vancouver show us.
I've witnessed when I was younger to see a couple sturgeons take like a hibernative state in a pond where the pond's water dried completely up for the entire winter, and they survived. They like go under the mud and burrow inside of dens and stuff. I don't know if they already know that or if that could help any.
No, that's very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Go ahead, Danny.
Analysis?
Yeah.
Is U of Vic still doing the analysis?
Yes, they are.
Have you reached out to Christy Miller-Saunders out of the Pacific Biological? I told Ellen to, but that's someone you should definitely reach out to. She's out of the PBS station in Nanaimo,
Yeah.
but she's Canada's top eDNA person, and I would contact her because I know you guys are having a problem with the essay. She's a ninja, and her whole lab is mind-blowing, and I think that's what the communities on the coast are using to. They're using her to connect sea lice transfer, disease transfer through sea lice to wild fish through farmed fish, and she's the one doing the research to trying to find that vector, and it would super small scale, so it's like this project she would be all over. So.
Okay, that's awesome. I'll get that contact from you.
Okay.
Yeah, all these things are really great. It's really cool to see like everyone have such a big interest in this work. We're really excited about it. So always happy to talk about sturgeon with any of you. Any more questions, stories, comments?
Yeah, it's just a story, a real quick one. My grandma, when she got with a few other elders, they would tell ghost stories. One of them being down Seton Lake, they talked about a man that lived under the water towards a point. And there was a warning if you got too close where a giant white sturgeon would rise up through the water to scare you off, to let you know you're getting too close. And this is where I heard different variations of the salmon, where some elders said the sturgeon was a giant red sturgeon because of its age, how old it was. Others said it was a ghost white. So it's just stories that I've heard down Seton Lake related to a white sturgeon down there. And it's just, yeah, different variations of the stories I've heard over the years, and this one is more prominent with me just because my grandma always talked about the man that lived at the point that would drag people down if you got too close. And the sturgeon was the warning. So it was just a quick story I wanted to share.
Cooksham, thank you for sharing.
I just wanted to say that, before I started my fisheries tech journey, this is something I looked into, like I wanted to do. I was like thinking about going to Malasapina, because they had a sturgeon program there. And that's something I wanted to bring to Anderson Lake and prove that there was sturgeon in that lake. And to see it actually happening just makes me happy. And if there's anything I could do to help, hit me up, man. I'm more than happy to help.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Nischen schauen du musst, nur laput actually. Tin aan like minkes work amish wasket. Sit glut minimal jati u glut minimal jati kunsis Cait. Nischen and schauen du musst, chats du musst, nu kan du musst. Klan mi du musst it walja, gliluk minim. Kil waket actually jati amen like man. Tu must like a work tax to many most which I was conscious. Next day, all my relations. song that we sing, that we on this, our spiritual journey here today with our ancestors that are here today in a good way. This is a song I will sing. This is my grandmother's last dance, I will say, because this was her last dance when she was here walking on Mother Earth. The people asked her to dance for the last time that time. She only lasted a minute or two on the floor when she danced, but I'll never forget this song that they sang, so, and I call it my grandmother's last dance here on Mother Earth. Thank you guys. You guys have a good day here in this gathering. and have a good time listening to each other. Pay attention why we are here today in a good way. Constantly taking me comes gas all while just conscious Cait was climbing to Mosashit while just gluten in Milcha. The Amen like when you walk with the Milcha conscious Cait. Kishwaka hat and the Milcha, they were gluten in the Milcha conscious Cait. Nation shown to most in the world up with like 30 and like men. Kilip Tsal'alh has too much climbing too much, more miss too much it was. Really minimum, because you work at like the Milcha, Amen like man. Whole gluten in the Milcha conscious Cait. Our relation. Thank you.
So Chief Sid is going to come up and say a few words.
Good morning. Welcome back, everyone. It's a great day yesterday. Great updates from all the projects. Also, great opportunity for a lot of stories to come forward, especially about the white sturgeon. I know for myself that resurfaced a lot of memories. Talking to my grandma before she passed away of her stories that she learned over the years, and then talking to Daryl yesterday, and I told him that if he wants me to record those stories with them, feel free to ask, and he's definitely open to that. So I'm looking forward to getting a lot of my grandma's stories retold, getting it recorded. And there's truth behind a lot of our stories. Why would there be multiple stories about sturgeon in Seton Lake if there wasn't any before? So I'm looking forward to seeing what that outcome is. And also another story for our fish. For years growing up, I was told the Fraser River used to be black with the salmon every year. So thick, people would feel like they could walk across the river to get to the other side, just with the amount of fish going through. And then as the years went on and overfishing started happening in the ocean, those numbers dwindled fast. Where the river used to be black in August is now brown because of just the water only. A couple years and we did see how black it got. It's great to see, and I'm looking forward to those runs going through again. But at the same time, those numbers are dwindling fast, and we definitely need to do something to protect our fish for future generations so that my daughter's children can enjoy salmon, to enjoy the fish that we get to enjoy today. There's no guarantee that could happen, but the work that we do will make a difference. So again, welcome everybody to day 2 of the Fisheries Forum. And I want to give a huge thank you to Becky and the team for putting up amazing work the last couple days. Those on Zoom, I'm grateful to see that you guys are acknowledged. You guys get your chance to get your comments and questions heard. We are living in the time of a hybrid between virtual and in person now, and it's great to see both being acknowledged, those here in person, those on Zoom or Teams, isn't it? Microsoft Teams. So virtual, so it's awesome to see. Again, welcome back, and I look forward to today. Is there any other leadership, chiefs, counselors, former chiefs that would like to come up to say a few words to welcome everybody? I see Moon running up here.
Good morning, everyone. This thing's a little high. Anyways, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Hope you have a beautiful day. Ask lots of questions. Don't forget to turn your phones down, put them on vibrate, turn off your alarms. Happened yesterday, I heard it. But I do want to welcome everybody. I hope you have a beautiful day. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, and I will help you in any way I can. If you need a coffee, tea, anything, raise your hand and I'll come and get it for you. Thank you.
Get into our first presentation. Jordon, it's all up to you. I don't know how to say your last name, so I'll let you introduce yourself.
sit glut minimal jati wa glut minimal jati kunsis Cait. Nation and shawan tumos, chach tumos, nukan tumos, kalant mi tumos it walja, galiluk minum, kilwakat like stalil jati amen like Omen tumos like kakuwakat like to manimos, the jawa was kunsis Cait. Nasty, all my relations. A good spiritual journey song. And we sing that we on our spiritual journey here today with our ancestors that are here today in a good way. This is a song I will sing. This is my grandmother's last dance, I will say, because this was her last dance when she was here walking on Mother Earth. The people asked her to dance for the last time that time. She only lasted a minute or two on the floor when she danced, but I'll never forget this song that they sang, so and I call it my grandmother's last dance here on Mother Earth. Thank you, guys. Guys, have a good day here and together. And have a good time listening to each other. Pay attention to why we are here today in a good way. Consiunti takimiki comes kaso while just conscious kite was climbing to Moses while just glutamine milcha. The amen like when you walk with the milcha conscious kite. Kiswaka Hatan Militati Waklutamina Military Conscious Kite. Nation shown to most in the world up with laxity, Ahan Tlackman. Kilaptawashas too much, clamping too much, movements too much, it was Grillic minimum, Kiswaka Tlaxton Militati, Amen Tlackman. Hokulutamina Military Conscious Kite. Alma relation. Thank him, Snick Nick. Thank you.
So Chief Sid is going to come up and say a few words.
Good morning. Welcome back, everyone. It's a great day yesterday. Great updates from all the projects. Also, great opportunity for a lot of stories to come forward, especially about the white sturgeon. I know for myself that resurfaced a lot of memories. Talking to my grandma before she passed away of her stories that she learned over the years, and then talking to Daryl yesterday, and I told him that if he wants me to record those stories with them, feel free to ask, and he's definitely open to that. So I'm looking forward to getting a lot of my grandma's stories retold, getting it recorded. And there's truth behind a lot of our stories. Why would there be multiple stories about sturgeon in Seton Lake if there wasn't any before? So I'm looking forward to seeing what that outcome is. And also another story for our fish. For years growing up, I was told the Fraser River used to be black with the salmon every year. So thick, people would feel like they could walk across the river to get to the other side, just with the amount of fish going through. And then as the years went on and overfishing started happening in the ocean, those numbers dwindled fast. Where the river used to be black in August is now brown because of just the water only. Couple years and we did see how black it got. It's great to see, and I'm looking forward to those runs going through again. But at the same time, those numbers are dwindling fast, and we definitely need to do something to protect our fish for future generations so that my daughter's children can enjoy salmon, to enjoy the fish that we get to enjoy today. There's no guarantee that could happen, but the work that we do will make a difference. So again, welcome everybody to day 2 of the Fisheries Forum. And I want to give a huge thank you to Becky and the team for putting up amazing work the last couple days. Those on Zoom, I'm grateful to see that you guys are acknowledged. You guys get your chance to get your comments and questions heard. We are living in the time of a hybrid between virtual and in person now, and it's great to see both being acknowledged, those here in person, those on Zoom or Teams, isn't it? Microsoft Teams. So virtual, so it's awesome to see. Again, welcome back, and I look forward to today. Is there any other leadership, chiefs, counselors, former chiefs that would like to come up to say a few words to welcome everybody? I see.
So that's when Tenderfoot staff came in, myself and my staff, and we actually changed our efforts. This is the old efforts where they would string a net across the river and hope to intercept fish that would come out of the lake to spawn. But the fish they're actually quite intelligent, and they can see the net, and they tend to either not drop out of the lake or they'll just go under it and they find little holes in the net. So when we started to help the Merritt hatchery out, we brought our raft from Squamish and we did something a little different. So when the fish drop out of the lake to spawn, we're ready and we're standing on the side of the river. And we'll take the raft way out in the lake as far as we can to not spook the fish. And from the raft, we set the net. Hope you enjoy my stick figures there. Once the net is set, we have spookers from the bottom, which will run across so the fish don't drop lower. And they'll spook the fish up into the net as we take the net across the river. And success. This is a tangle net, so the fish get tangled, they don't get harmed. They'll get tangled and caught in it, and then staff can take the fish out of the net and put them in these brood tubes. Here's a little video. This is the first female fish we caught that was ripe.
Stream.
So it was an exciting moment. We probably fished for about a week without catching a single ripe female. So we were definitely doubting ourselves, and finally we made it happen, and that was the first fish that we caught that was ripe and that we could spawn. So it was pretty exciting. And here's some pictures of our success over the years. This is another female in the net. That is a big male. One of the biggest fish we've actually caught in Portage Creek. There's Becky holding a small male there. So this graph here just kind of shows our success over the years. So you can see how many females we caught and spawned, and what we're holding at the hatchery and what we've released. So let's just say in one of our lowest years was 2020, where we only caught 6 females and 10 males. And then last year we caught 13 females and 24 males and 4 jacks. So right now at the hatchery we're holding almost 32,000 yearling smolts that will be released in April. And in incubation we have almost 45,000 eggs. And we'll keep those eggs and we'll release them as juveniles next April. So we collect the adults. We make sure that they're ripe, so that means that they're ready to spawn. And we spawn them on site, actually. There's, if you're familiar with the area, there's actually a train bridge, and we spawn them under the train bridge. That way no water and no rain can get into the eggs and milt. There's some eggs and some milt there, so we put them in coolers with ice, like freezer packs, and we surround them with blankets. And we take them, once they're spawned, we take them back to the hatchery right away. From there, we'll fertilize the eggs and put them in the incubation room. So there's, that would be 3 females we caught with some males in that picture there. And that's me just starting to fertilize the eggs. We also screen for DNA to make sure that we're not crossing sibling pairs. And that keeps the genetics nice and diverse. We try to spawn 2 males for 1 female. In Portage, the population, it seems like there is always, each year we've seen way more males than females, which is interesting. But it is also nice when you're doing enhancement to spawn 2 males with 1 female, so we can increase the genetic diversity. So we do sampling as well on all the adults. So we do take DNA, and that goes into a big data system. We screen for IHN, which is a virus. We also screen for BKD, which is bacterial kidney disease. So we screen and we make sure all the adults are healthy. That means their juveniles will be healthy as well. And we take RNA for an epigenetic study that our lab is doing. So quite a bit of sampling as well. These are juveniles being CWD'd. So we also pit tag. So in 2020, we pit tagged as well as 2021. We did 15,000 and 12,000. And we have future plans to pit tag all of our juveniles in the future as well. So the 2020 brood will be pit tagged next month, actually. And we do a migration and survival study with the juveniles as well as the adults when they return. And so tenderfoot, we actually don't pit tag ourselves. It's the amazing SGS team, which is here today. They'll come to the site and pit tag our fish as well as in-stream fisheries research. So we also ad clip and CWT all the juveniles. Tenderfoot staff does that. And here's some photos. This is great. I don't know if you know, but Chief Randy James is an amazing photographer. And he comes out on all the releases and takes lots of photos. And I just love this one. This is probably our 2019 brood, so this would have been 2020. And these fish are yearlings that are being released. We release them usually in April, mid-April to late April at the train bridge. Camera of the So that's of the release. So those are all fish that now are on their own. So in 2019, this was the first signs of our hatchery fish coming back. This is a small jack that we caught in the nets. You can kind of tell that there's no adipose fin where my staff's hand is. So that was really exciting to see. Just a few photos. We had one, in 2019, we had one female that had a high level of bacterial kidney disease. So we didn't keep her juveniles for the whole rearing period of a year. So we had to release them as unfed fry. Becky joined us and we released them. So that's that bucket of smaller fish. Some more photos from Chief Randy James. The truck, that's our truck that we put all the fish in and bring them from Squamish all the way to Portage Creek and release them. The left photo there is all the Portage Creek Chinook at the hatchery. They're in these big 20-foot circulars. And this is just us netting them so we can put them in the truck to release. That's the top end of Portage Creek. This is where we spend, all of our time in October. And we do try to sight fish, so we'll watch the Chinook, and when they drop down to spawn is when we'll run that net. So this is exciting. This is new for this year. Just providing a 2023 brood update. So this is actually the first year that we had our adults from our hatchery fish return, which was really exciting. So we spawned 24 males, wild males, 13 wild females, and 4 wild jacks. So we caught a total of 41 and spawned them. And then we released, so we caught and released 49 hatchery males, 7 hatchery females, and 1 hatchery jack. So we released 57 hatchery Chinook salmon. And we released 24 wild males, 9 wild females because they weren't ready to spawn, and 1 wild jack. So we caught a total of 132 Chinook, and 57 of them were hatchery fish. That's a hatchery fish in the picture. So that's a total of 40% of the returns that we caught were from the hatchery program, which is really, really exciting to see. That's just a picture. This is pretty much our work zone, is right at the top end of the river at the lake. That's a hatchery fish with the staff that they caught. I think this was one of the first hatchery adults that came back, so it was really exciting. There's another hatchery fish here. I want you to make note of the trauma on the head of this fish. I'll just talk about it after. But you can see the adipose is missing. This is a female hatchery Chinook. There's us spawning. This was last October. We're spawning under the bridge. It's another hatchery fish there, a nice hatchery male. There's a close-up of the eggs that we spawned. There's Becky. Becky comes and helps with the brood capture, as well as she helps organize the releases and helps organize the community coming to see the releases. I just wanted to personally thank you, Becky. You're a great advocate for the program, and I wouldn't want to do it without you. Just some challenges. Accommodation was a hard one for us because we need to be fishing just before light, and we fish right till dark. It was hard finding a place to stay. I'm getting a lot older, so the fishing is a lot harder. And our truck actually lost brakes going down the, I think it's called the Mission Hill. Yeah, fully loaded with fish in 2020. I was driving, and that was a really scary moment. It worked out, but it was pretty scary. And sometimes the weather in October isn't so kind to us. Just some future considerations. It would be, nice to look at the hydro operations and making sure that the fish can pass safely. Release transportation, so that big truck sometimes might not be the best option. Might have to look into smaller trucks. It's a lot of weight going down that big steep hill. We would love more community involvement, even if it's for the releases, to see the releases happen, or even come visit us on the river when we're catching fish. And the head damage on Chinook adults. So this is something I was talking to Chief Randy James about. A lot of the fish that we're catching, as you can see in that photo, have a lot of trauma to their head. This year we estimated about 40% of the Chinook had this, and we're just unsure why. So, if anyone, during the questions too, if anyone has any kind of ideas of why this would happen, it would be great to know. I'm just worried that, these fish could get infected and it might prevent them from spawning down the road. But we do see this every year, so something's happening. And that's it. Any questions or comments or concerns?
Gerald Michelle again. Just sharing information. 1948, BC Electric, BC Hydro was going to raise Mission Dam, and they started capturing Chinook at the dam to transplant. They outplanted them in Portage Creek, Gates Creek, and Yalakum. These are supposed to be 70, 80-pound white flesh Chinook. We don't see those anymore. 1956, construction of Seton Dam. The opening was only 12 inches. Any fish bigger than that did not make it past Seton Dam, 1956. What else do I have? Guess that's about it. Just started sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, for that info share. Chief Randy James also mentioned to me that the size has gone substantially down, and we're getting smaller and smaller fish. That one photo of that big male is the biggest fish that we've caught, but on average, they're not a large Chinook anymore, and we've seen that every year as well.
Yeah, Bobo's right. The entrance from Seton River into Seton Lake was extremely small, and they did modify it. Wasn't that long ago, but still to this day it fills with debris, and it needs to be maintained. We used to do it under the water use plan under Bridgemont 14, and by the looks of those injuries, I just wonder if it has anything to do with the what gates are open. There's 4 gates there, and that was also under Bridgemont 14 study. When they go up the ladder, they were all coming up with no left side. It would be all scraped. They would have usually no left eye, and that was never a study that was never completed under the BC Hydro. They say it was. Is anybody here from BC Hydro? But they say it was completed, but it was never completed. So something that we should be looking into, maybe under SGS.
Well, I'm just wondering, how do you tell when you catch them? How do you know if it's a male or a female right away? I'm not good at, just looking at the fish and saying that's a male or so, And I had something else I was going to ask. I'll think of it later.
It's Tsal'alh. I'm just wondering if anybody is investigating into the damage on the heads of those fish that were showing. If anybody is out there on the lake, is it the lake at Tsal'alh or the river?
The head damage that we're seeing is we're catching them, so they're in the river. I'm not sure if this is kind of the first time we've brought it up and brought it to Chief Randy James' attention, and so I think in the future, we're going to have to see like what's happening. But I do think the hydro infrastructure is probably first place to look and see if that's what's happening. To answer your question, that's a good question with the male and females, and sometimes still hatchery staff make a mistake, but the females have a more rounded face, more rounded snout, and when you catch them, their belly is so full of eggs that you can kind of see that they have a bigger belly. And then the males have a pointy snout, like this is a male up here. He's got a bit of a pointed nose, and then the stomach is more streamlined.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's they have turbines at the hydro. If the fish hit those turbines.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, is to look at how hydro operates and where the fish go. And I'm sure there's also people that, probably know the infrastructure a little better than I do, but I think that's the first place we should look and investigate.
A while ago at Seton, one of my nephews was catching those big, huge fish. They were okay. There was no damage on the heads. That was quite a while ago, though. I'm just worried about the damage on the head, where they came from. Thank you.
We have KP Randy James online.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. There's a lot of information there, and I have been involved ever since it started because, Chinook are quite important. My family, there's I was a bit concerned that a lot of the males and females that were being caught were the smaller ones, because the larger ones were too smart and they would get under the net or around it somehow, or just would take off whenever people got close. So I'm glad at least there was one large one caught last year, and hopefully that we can start catching more of the large Chinook rather than the smaller ones that have been caught. I did talk to Fisheries about the head damage, and they mentioned to me that it's most likely because of the low water in the Fraser, and there's a lot of damage on all the salmon in the Fraser that were coming up last year. So that was the reason that I got regarding the Chinook heads. But they didn't mention the dam as the cause of the damage to the heads. I've been trying to push, getting culvert from above the dam, running across the road and right into Cayuse Creek, and that would bypass. That would bypass the dam if we could get a culvert in there. I've mentioned it to BC Hydro. So far, there's been no movement. So if we can get, more people pushing for a culvert there, I did the elevation calculations using Google Earth, and there's not much of a slope there, so it is possible for a small culvert to be able to run there, and then that would allow for the exiting of the fry smolts, and also the upper migration of the Chinook and salmon in the river without going through the dam, having to go through that ladder, which is a big problem. There's a lot of stress that happens in areas. You do notice some along the shore after that have made it into the lake, but they never survived right after getting into the lake because of the stress, I guess. Also, there was a mention that Portage is the only creek, but Gates actually has spring salmon or Chinook also, and they do show up way up Gates. I think they call it Indian Meadows. There's some really deep pools there where some Chinook spawn, and also along McGillivray, the lake, along the shore there where the McGillivray Creek is, Lost Valley Creek. There's some Chinook that have been in there, but just haven't been documented. And also I mentioned that previously to the workers down there that, the Chinook come up in May. We used to fish them in May. I haven't fished them for a long time, but I still know the method of how to fish them in the lake. And I think that there's probably underground streams that we fish the Chinook on inside the lake because they're quite deep, and you have to know exactly where to fish for them to be able to catch them there. So I wonder also that if there are Chinook that spawn in those underwater streams that are in the lake, if they do actually spawn in there, because I do notice that there are some dead spawned out Chinook that float onto the beach in Anderson Lake. So it's possible that there are some spawning actually in the lake itself. Yeah, those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks for your presentation, Jordan. You mentioned 5-year average of 100 population for deeming the program successful. Is sex ratio going to be considered in that? And will DFO be consulting with Tsal'alh to make sure everyone's comfortable with that number?
Good question. So our biologist gave me that number, and the first thing that I thought of was the sex ratio, because we are seeing such a skew towards males. So that's why I said don't, it's not set in stone. They're still going to look into that because that is one of the reasons why those numbers might change. So I would like to see them put in, instead of just a population number, more of like a spawning pairs. And how that looks for assessment might be a little challenging, but that was one of my recommendations. And yes, before we make any big decisions on this program, there will be consultation for sure.
I see Tracy Wimbush has a comment online. Did you want me to read it out, Tracy, or would you like to talk about it? I'll just read what she stated. She said, salmon is smaller due to overfishing of the large salmon, leaving the small salmon to spawn. Where we had very large salmon prior to contact. In 150 years, our salmon is small. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if, not to take away from the good work that you're doing there in Squamish and not to take away from the work that we're doing in Nequaqua, but I was just wondering if Nequaqua was ever considered and approached for housing these Chinook, as it's in the same watershed, and if there would be a pit ray antenna on Gates Creek to see if any of these Chinook are going up that way. And I just wanted to share a story of when I worked at the spawning channel in Nequaqua. This is quite a few years ago. We used to see the one spring salmon, maybe two, and we'd hope that they would meet in the spawning channel. But one year we weren't getting any sockeye salmon, so Harry O'Donoghue got a hold of Seton Dam to have a look at the ladder net, and there was a giant Chinook that was blocking the passageway for the sockeye to come up. So that's like just a consideration that, maybe the entrance or exit way is a little too small. And, something like the fish that Bobo was talking about, the big ones, that's probably what was stuck in there. And so I just wanted to ask that.
Thanks, Chris. Good question. So a lot of the consultation and the program design happened like 2016, and it was through Spias Hatchery, not Tenderfoot. So I'm not too sure if that was considered and if Nequaqua was even considered at that point, or why they didn't choose to go that route. But I can also find that out and see how that all came to be. The pit tags and the arrays, it's I think we have a meeting on it shortly, and maybe SGS could answer that better than I could, if there will be one, but that's actually not a bad idea to see if our fish would go up there. I know there's going to be some around the dam, the spillway and everything to assess migration and survivals through the dam's infrastructure. And I think there's going to be one at the bottom of Portage Creek to see the migration timing of the adults in coming up. But I'll ask about the Gates Creek. That's a good idea.
Two questions.
Jordon, have you got any bridge DNA yet?
All the adults that we've taken DNA from have all been portage, but one this year was a quenelle stray.
And then the second question, maybe somebody else in DFO can answer, but we haven't reached out yet to set it up, but with Tenderfoot doing the pit tagging, the micro-trolling programs that are based in the Broughton Archipelago and at the mouth of the Fraser, and then also on the west coast of Vancouver Island with DFO, have they picked up any of the portage pit tagged fish? Because they're putting arrays out kind of like at the mouth of the Fraser and then kind of on some of the island points, and I'm just wondering if you know anything, if they picked up any of that data.
I haven't heard anything. That would probably, Danny from InStream would be more in the know to answer that question. I think right now they're still looking at all the pings and downloading the data, but I haven't heard anything about that for Portage Creek. But I can also follow up with Danny and get back to you.
One more.
Just wait, please. Hello? Hello? I just wanted to mention that the people at home can only see everybody really small. So if you're going to ask a question, there's been people asking to introduce yourself before you ask your question so they know who's asking the questions. Thank you.
Hi, Lena Shangerton Squatticha. I was just wondering if it could be what they eat, you know, or they don't get enough to eat and then they don't grow. So, I don't know, I was just thinking about that. I don't know if the fish with their head is like that, it is not a parasite in their genetic or whatever you call it. It wouldn't be that, you know. Anyways, that's all. Thank you.
Good question. The first one, I just wanted to share something actually that I found out a few weeks ago. It's pretty interesting. We did pit tag our juveniles, and we do have arrays in the dam's infrastructure. And when we released in April 26, some of the juveniles, the yearlings that we expect to go to the ocean right away, actually stayed in Seton Lake for a few months, and they didn't go till next October, which was really, really strange and unexpected. And some of the biologists think that the lake during that time, for whatever reason, was so productive with food that the fish didn't need to go or didn't want to go. So I thought that was quite interesting. And you're right, the size of the adults returning also depends on ocean productivity and if there's food in groceries for the fish out there. I'm not sure about parasites. I think this is, some sort of trauma, like they're hitting their heads on something, migrating up. But we also do screen for, bacterial diseases and viruses and parasites. And for the most part, the Portage Chinook are really clean and disease-free.
Hello, my name is Fraser Adolph. Have you guys, have any of these fish been tagged, the ones that you're finding with like completely scalped there?
Like the adults coming back?
Yeah, have you like any like that have been tagged for like mobile tracking or like following them up the river, seeing what's like kind of holding them back? So I'm sure whatever's doing that kind of damage is like probably significant, right? It's going to be keep on battering them up for a while.
Yeah, the ones that we're seeing now haven't been tagged, other than the pit tags that went out. So we should, some of the adults now coming back will be pit tagged. So I think there, and you can probably talk to SGS a little more about it, but I think there we should be able to see if they're being held up at the dam. It could give a good indication of maybe that's the reason. But we haven't seen any other tags.
Okay. I used to like work on the fish wheel, and like during, I think it was like 2 years ago, we had like some pretty high waters. And I imagine like we saw a lot of fish come through the wheel during those high waters, and they were pretty beaten up, and we just figured it was probably Hell's Gate or something like that, like kind of tuning them up. All their eyes were like bulging out and kind of peeled up. And then I just imagine maybe like low waters from the last year, like they probably just jumping up the rocks. Like, have all the ladders been checked out even lower than ours? And like how have they been doing getting through those ones?
Yeah, the good question or comment. I think the low water also does play a role. Like might not necessarily be the Seton Dam's infrastructure, but you're right. It could be fish ladders that are quite a bit lower. And we do see the head damage every year, but last year, which is a low water year, we saw substantially more. So like I would say almost 40% had some sort of trauma on their head. And I'd say maybe previous years, 10 to 15% we'd see that trauma. So it plays a huge role.
Hello. Chief Randy here. Anybody hear me?
We hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, Randy.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, there was mention of the Bridge River stock showing up in Portage. I know that, the coho, the steelhead, and the pinks actually spawn in the tail race of Powerhouse #1 because we catch them there. So they're obviously spawning there. So, but I never caught a Chinook there, but it's possible that the Chinook are also spawning in the Bridge River salmon are also spawning in tail race of the Powerhouse. Be great to have it tested to see if maybe could catch some there.
Hello. This is Jordon speaking. I've got a few questions here that I'm just wondering if there's any other projects that mirror the project that you've done up that way. If so, have you compared the two data sets?
So there is other Chinook conservation programs. There's like the Willow River and a bunch of other rivers up in Prince George area. There's Mariah Slough that the Chehalis hatchery takes care of. But what is pretty unique about this one is they are a special population, so they do have those different behaviors, like holding in the lake for months and dropping down. These fish also, they pair up in the lake, they drop down, and they spawn really, really quickly, which is also quite unique. And I don't think, I'm going to go on a limb here, but I don't think there's anything that DFO does anyways that's quite like this program. Yeah.
Thank you. I also have another question about historical data that possibly the Naquaqua has up in that area maybe, or any other data that you could compare with your project to get an idea of what was happening before your project took place, because maybe the status of the fish were doing the same, but they were more abundant. There could also be damage to the fish from back then as well that maybe some elders could observe back then as well. So I'm just wondering if there's any historic data that you might have been able to look into for that.
Yeah, there is, and our biologists did a literature review on all that data, and they let us know that the data before 2002 that they could find was unreliable. So that's why you saw that graph. It starts from 2002, and they did get some considerations from the community that there was a larger abundance overall, so you saw there at 2002 there was about 450 Chinook that DFO counted, and before that the tales are there was upwards of thousands of fish could have been in that Portage Creek. To see it now at 8 to 12 Chinook returning is pretty sad. I'm not sure why the data set before 2002 is considered unreliable, but that's what I've been told, yeah. Thank you, everyone.
From Nanaimo B.C. She's going to be doing her presentation online for us. Thank you. Can you hear me, Sue?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you
Thank
as
you.
well.
Great.
You probably can only hear us through the microphone.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, we're ready anytime.
Okay, thank you. I'm just putting my camera on to say hi. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting today and for asking me to present. I'm today presenting on the unceded traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And the presentation we're providing today is the environmental conditions that salmon broadly experience throughout their lives leading up to the 2024 returns, so this upcoming return season. This presentation is often paired with another presentation that's called the Salmon Outlook that provides an indication of the kind of salmon returns you might expect to see for the upcoming year, and this just provides the environmental conditions context. Along with myself, Sue Grant, and Bronwyn McDonald, we lead DFO State of the Salmon program. And this is a presentation we pull together annually to provide some background on the environmental conditions that salmon broadly experienced, and also to provide the longer term context, the climate change context that a lot of these observations are embedded within. So I'm going to start by talking about the bigger picture and a lot of the bigger observations that everyone's been observing and experiencing. There on the planet, there has been this warming trend, and we're seeing that warming trend in our local ecosystems as well. And embedded within that warming trend are also more extreme events. So more drought, more fires, more flooding in freshwater. We're seeing more prolonged marine heat waves in the Northeast Pacific. It's been 1 decade since this ocean blob formed in late 2013, and it's been with us on and off since then. This warming ocean and marine heat waves has led to a shift at the base of the salmon food web in the marine environment towards these smaller, less nutritious species. So these are smaller species from the south moving into our waters because it's warmer in the Northeast Pacific now. So a lot of the observations we're going to be sharing are embedded in this overarching context of environmental change on the planet, but also playing out locally in our ecosystems here. We break the presentation into 2 components. So we'll start by talking about freshwater conditions, and then we'll move into the marine environment where salmon spend the latter part of their lives and where they're hanging out right now, waiting to return to the spawning grounds. In order to know what years we're going to talk about, this is just a slide that I'm going to step through the life history, age, key life history, key ages, and broadly look at where they are in the freshwater and marine environment. And then we can use that to narrow down the years that we're going to talk about in today's presentation in both these broad ecosystems. So if we start with sockeye 5-year-olds, 5 sub-2s, this means that they mature at 5 years of age and they spend 2 winters in freshwater. So for the fish returning in 2024, you go back 5 years, they would have come from spawners that spawned in 2019. They would have been deposited as eggs in the gravel in 2019, emerged from their spawning gravel and moved into their lakes in 2020, and then moved from their lakes, migrated downstream as smolts into the ocean, spending 3 winters in the ocean before returning to spawn in 2024. Chinook 5 sub-2s, very similar broad patterns in terms of where they are in time and space. If we jump down to 4-year-olds, you're going back 4 years instead of 5. So they're from spawners in 2020, and they're only spending 2 winters in the ocean. Same with Chinook 4 sub-2s. Sub-1s, they're shortly after they emerge from the gravel, they move into the ocean. So their ocean timing overlaps with the 5 sub-2s. Jacks, you're going back 3 years, and they're only spending 1 winter in the ocean. 3 sub-1s, their ocean timing overlaps with the 4-year-olds. And for pinks returning, it is an even year, so not as many pinks expected in many areas, but for any pinks returning, you go back 2 years, and they've only spent 1 winter in the ocean. So then we look at this and we look at all the years where some of these salmon are in freshwater, and these overlap with the years 2019 to 2022. So those are the 4 years we're going to focus on in this presentation, where some of the salmon returning in 2024 would have been using the freshwater environment. In the marine environment, we look at all the years where the salmon are in the marine environment, and those years are 2021 through to 2024. So we're going to break the presentation up, and you'll see the first part focuses on the first 4 years, and then we shift over to look at the marine years. So in the marine environment from 2019 to in the freshwater environment from 2019 to 2022, I'm going to step through each year, and each year tells quite an interesting and different story for each of these 4 years, these 4 freshwater years. So there's similarities and there's also big differences. In 2019, this is a figure of maximum temperature deviations from average for that time of year. And when you see a lot of red, this is the legend down in the bottom, a lot of red means warmer than average or hotter than average. Blue is colder than average. And then if you see white or very pale colors, those are very close to average. May in 2019 was very warm, so quite a bit warmer than average. This led to low snowpacks by June. So this figure, the legends above it, and red colors indicate low to no snowpack by June 1st. So most of the snowpack was gone by June 1st. These months were also drier than usual, and there was a drought conditions in many locations in these early spring months. This drought in a lot of locations was broken in July by a lot of precipitation. So this figure has a legend down here. A lot of these teal colors mean it's wetter than average. These brown colors are drier than average. So you can see that July brought with it a lot of precipitation, with some areas drier than average, some very localized southern areas. In August, the maximum temperatures in August were warmer than average in the south, cooler than average in the north, but these aren't as extreme relative to seasonal average compared to what was experienced in May. And in general, 2019 was a more neutral year from a temperature precipitation perspective, more closer to average. To pull it all together, I'm going to show tables after each of these years that show the drought conditions that summarize it over time and space in British Columbia. And yellow means no drought conditions. There is sufficient water to meet social, economic, ecosystem needs. And the extreme reds are adverse impacts from drought conditions. So more extreme drought, the more red you go, and the less benign the conditions are, the closer to yellow you are. So we're pulling 2019 together. It started really warm and we lost snowpack early. And this is where across the province, the drought conditions were concentrated throughout the province. The rain conditions came in July in a lot of areas and broke those drought conditions. So you can see a lot of green starting in July for areas, although drought did persist in the north, in the Skeena area, in the Columbia, the Coldwater, Thompson, Nicola, Okanagan, Lower Fraser, and Vancouver Island. So this did extend, but by the early September, conditions across the province tended towards low, like no drought conditions flagged. So early on, there was drought. The story for 2020 started out a little differently. It was a cooler spring. May was a bit warmer than average, but for the most part, it was a cooler spring. It led to higher snowpacks in parts of the province, particularly in the eastern part of the province throughout the range, and lower snowpacks in the western side of the province, particularly Vancouver Island and up in the Skeena Nass area. Precipitation was kind of mixed. It was in the southeast part was dry, and then when you went into the north west, it had above average precipitation. So a real geographic difference. And this overlapped with the maximum temperatures experienced, where temperature being warmer than average in this southeastern portion of the province. This was a more neutral year. 2019 had the drought front end loaded in the early spring. This one, drought is concentrated in a few areas like the Coldwater, a little bit in the Lower Fraser and Vancouver Island, but for the most part, most of the province was fairly neutral in 2020, whereas 2019 we did have drought early on that carried through in certain locations. In 2021, again, spring was closer to average, so it started out a bit similarly to 2020. And snowpack, the province changed its snowpack colors, so our map looks a little different, but high snowpack is green, low snowpack is brown, so it's mixed by June 1st. Because of this milder spring, it changed the distribution of where snowpack was high and low, so it was a bit more variable. 2021 was an exceptional year. As we went into the summer, this was our heat dome year, led to exceptional temperatures once we got into June and July. And this also led to very dry conditions by July. So the story in this one was the heat dome and a late start to the year, late temperature drought. If we look at the drought map, that drought, late meaning late in the summer, like late in the May to summer cycle. Most of the heat was concentrated in the peak summer months. So when we look at the drought map, you can see that that drought is concentrated in July, August, particularly in the Columbia, the Thompson, the Nicola, Okanagan, Lower Fraser, Vancouver Island area, where you see the highest drought scores, and all concentrated between July and September. 2022 was also an exceptional year. It didn't start that way. It's how it ended. So the beginning was cooler than average temperatures, so a very cool May. This led to really high snowpacks by June. So a lot of green means high snowpack throughout most of the province. As we moved into August, temperatures started to become warmer or hotter than seasonal average. And it was also fairly dry throughout the province in August. And this was the year that the summer extended through to September, October, and into November in some areas. So it was a very, very long summer. So this one, the drought, is all concentrated at the back end. So in the fall months, that's where the highest drought scores were concentrated. So it's really interesting, the difference where we started back in 2021, that was, not 2021, when we started in 2019, sorry, I'm bouncing around. When we started in 2019, that was warm early on and dry early on. 2020 was more neutral. 2021 was the heat dome, so really concentrated in the peak summer months. And then 2022 was that drawn out fall. So very different stories from each of these years. And so the droughts were particularly pronounced in 2019, 2021, 2022, with 2020 a bit more benign from a drought perspective. And drought is problematic. I'm interested in hearing your stories about what you've seen over these years, observations. Generally, drought is considered problematic for salmon and can be particularly problematic in some systems that leads to dewatering, stranding of juveniles, and leads to mortality of egg and juvenile life stages in these conditions. And there's other factors that play out with drought as well. One of our programs monitors temperature conditions in the Fraser River, and particularly for Fraser River sockeye populations. And they're increasingly reporting summer water temperatures exceeding 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. And those are temperatures that are stressful for migrating adult salmon, and they can also start to lead to mortality en route or pre-spawn mortality on the spawning grounds. And there were 3 years, again, 2019, 21, and 2022, where they saw periods in the summer that were exceeding these temperature ranges. So in the freshwater, these 3 years were problematic, whereas 2020 was a bit more benign overall. And and like I said, a little bit different in terms of where the timing on when the biggest temperature deviations from average occurred. This is a story about forest fires. 2017 and 2018 aren't the years that we're talking about. They aren't the 4 years that we've highlighted, but these can set up conditions. They can have legacy effects on subsequent years in the systems where they occurred. So these were at the time considered exceptional, 2017-18 exceptional forest fires for British Columbia. And we wanted to put on 2023 just as a reference because last year was exceptional, not just in British Columbia, but across the country. And in British Columbia, it doubled the previous record for hectares burned in the province. That's just of note. The loss of forest canopy from fires, from disease on forests, and human activities like logging pushes a number of our streams over tipping points. So when we have more heavy rainfall events that also are amplified by climate change, and those land on systems that don't have this forest canopy, it leads to sediments moving into rivers and can lead to deterioration of water quality for juveniles and adults in these systems that are using them. Flooding, within the 4 years that we're interested in, 2019 to 2022, there was a big flood event in the fall of 2021 in the Lower Fraser. We were worried about that for pinks this return year in 2023. For Fraser pinks, actually the survival of the juveniles from the monitoring program at Mission for juveniles didn't actually detect a drop in freshwater survival for pink, despite this heavy flooding and worry about scouring of eggs. I'd still keep it on the radar screen. We're not sure how it'll affect other populations, other species, but it was a notable event. So like I said, in freshwater, 2019, 21, and 2022 were problematic years for different reasons and at different times, whereas 2020 was a bit more closer to average. If we move into the marine environment, the years we're interested in, and this is the latter part of the Salmon Lives, the years we're going to talk about are 2021 through to 2024. I'm going to set this up, though, I'll talk about some earlier years as well to set the stage. Overall, just like temperatures on the planet, temperatures in the ocean are also warming. And this is a time series of this is the global ocean heat content. And from 1960 to present. And every new year that the scientist who works on this adds a new year, this new year is the highest heat content in the ocean on record. And the problem with the warming ocean is that it's so big, it can't just be turned off. So even if we could turn off all our excess heat production tomorrow, the ocean's going to stay warm for a long time. This warming is caused by human-caused greenhouse gas emissions. And the heat that we're causing through these greenhouse gas emissions, 90% of this is actually absorbed by the ocean. So that's why the ocean is warming. This is El Nino Southern Oscillation. The climate system oscillates here between El Ninos and La Ninas. El Ninos are considered generally warmer. They lead to less nutrients typically moving up into the water column, creating less productive oceans during El Ninos for salmon. And La Ninas are the opposite. They're cooler, and historically they lead to more upwelling, more nutrients in the upper ocean, and more productivity. So they're usually historically considered better for salmon. This trend is changing because these are now layered on a global warming trend. So La Ninas of today are starting to look more like El Ninos of the past. And El Ninos now are looking much warmer than we've seen in the past and changes. In any case, there were 3 years in a row of a La Nina. That's still better than not having them. So 3 in a row, and then we've just moved back into an El Nino over this past year. And I'm going to talk and show how this has played out, the La Nina and the El Nino. I'm going to go into the years of interest, but I'm going to just start by saying this latter half of 2014 is when this warm heat wave developed. It was called the blob by oceanographers. 3 to 5 degrees Celsius above seasonal average, extended down 100 meters depth. And it was unprecedented at the time. And it's lasted on and off through to present day, warm heat waves of that kind. This is just going into the years of interest. This is when the first El Nino of those 3 started. There was a heat wave in the Northeast Pacific, but also a La Nina. And like I was saying, the La Ninas used to be considered very productive, very good for salmon. But now they're being moderated by overall warming in the ocean and also these extreme marine heat waves. So they're not necessarily having the exact same effects. They're being neutralized to some extent by this warming. So when you see a lot of purple along the equator, that's a signal that La Nina is happening. And if it's red along the equator, that signals an El Nino, a warmer period. So we're in these 3 years now, or 4 years now, that matter to the salmon that are returning. This La Nina persisted. So we had this La Nina along the equator. Heat wave conditions still existed, these marine heat waves in the Northeast Pacific. So again, sort of like somewhat playing out together. And 2022 also a La Nina, but also a very large marine heat wave. Now, this La Nina and what oceanographers were reporting coastally was still better conditions, cooler conditions coastally, and shifts in the zooplankton community composition in these 2 years towards the larger, lipid-rich, more nutritious zooplankton species. So these 2 years stand out as actually being better than we've seen for the past, since late 2013 when the blob developed. So everyone, all the oceanographers note these are positive years. 2023, the heat wave moves offshore, cooler waters coastally. There's still a marine heat wave in 2023. This is when El Nino develops. So this is sort of amplifying the effects of marine heat wave into 2023. So not only do we have the marine heat wave, but we also have El Nino playing out and also contributing to a more warm, less productive ocean all the way through to 2024. Although in 2023. And then the marine heat wave does recede from the coast. So we do have a bit of cooler water in the Northeast Pacific, which isn't a bad thing. That's where our salmon are. El Nino is expected to continue, and then a neutral El Nino. It's sort of a between an El Nino and a La Nina is expected to occur in the spring. So we should be transitioning out of this La Nina fairly soon, according to predictions. I just want to reiterate that what happened in 2021 and 2022 was a shift back towards these larger, more nutritious species. So that's a positive signal for those 2 years in the ocean. And it's nice to see after a prolonged period of a lot of these smaller zooplankton species dominating the ocean. And this is the key pathway that scientists link poor salmon productivity in the ocean to these warmer conditions. It's this linkage in terms of how it shifts at the base of the food web. So putting it all together, there's kind of a mixed story. Freshwater was problematic for 3 years, 2019, 21, 22. 2020 was a bit more neutral. And the ocean had 2 good years, or more neutral years, 2021 and 2022, that had more of those positive zooplankton species. So this story's been a bit more positive this year than previous years, where it seemed like there are so many years where everything is signaling poor conditions. This year, we're signaling more mixed survival conditions for 2024, given everything everything that we've seen. So that's the outlook. We just want to end by saying that we are on this trajectory, this warming trajectory. We're in this sort of state where conditions are starting to move outside of historical ranges. And depending on how well the global community reduces greenhouse gas emissions, we can either increase at a very high rate of global warming or have a more moderated warming trend, depending on that. But either way, things on the planet are going to warm. And what we're seeing now is the beginning of change. Because of all this change, in Science and DFO, we wrote a paper just on talking about climate change and the kind of considerations we should take to think about the future and how do we manage for that future? How do we think about that future and plan for it with what we're doing now? And this is available online to read, and it's some ideas for thinking about the future so that, yeah. A lot of different individuals helped contribute to this report, and there's a lot more detail. there's State of the Ocean reports produced annually, compiles all this marine information. There's this University of Victoria Climate Impacts Consortium that has all this freshwater information that's really interesting. And a lot of different individuals help contribute to the presentation. And I will conclude there. And I'm interested in hearing your thoughts and your observations and any questions you may have. No, that is Tracy. Maybe I'll let the moderator, I don't know if someone's going to moderate the questions.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you very much. Hens Quest Labatko. My traditional name is Labatko, and my English name is Tracy Wimbush. I am on the unceded, unpurchased territories of the Inlakupma people in the Nicola Valley. Yeah, thank you very much for this report, Sue. It's a lot of information, and we know that climate change is going to be changing our world within the next few decades. I was just watching the Weather Network this past weekend, and I seen that the UBC had just produced a report in regards to snowpacks and how it's going to affect the many ski resorts that we have in BC and on the island over time. So with that kind of a report also, to add to your information, climate change is definitely going to be impacting us in the water, and of course water with salmon life cycles within it, it's going to be affecting us. So there's going to be a lot of changes coming. But in regards to the report, like I was saying in the chat there, it doesn't look like any TEK or traditional ecological knowledge was included in this report, and that's something that the government is supposed to be aware of during this time of truth and reconciliation, is to be talking and including First Nations voices within these types of reports, because as you see from the people online and people in the room, there's many people here that have years of experience and knowledge within their own watersheds, and know what happened, whether it was 5 years ago or 20 years ago. So there's a lot of, as they say in mainstream, corporate knowledge within the rooms that you come into to report the stuff. And then, of course, my previous note on the chat was just when you were talking about the flooding, and I heard it before, it's just the flooding in the lower mainland, but that flooding event didn't happen just in the lower mainland. It did occur right in the Nicola Valley, and it did wipe out some of the city of Merritt, and it evacuated many of our reserves within the system, and there are still people who are still waiting to go home, if they could ever go home, because their houses are within flood zones. So the flooding event is bigger than just the lower mainland, and it affected more salmon than just the pinks, because that system, or that flood event, did happen during the coho returns. I believe that at the time, we have a fish fence in the Coldwater River right in town of Merritt, in the city of Merritt at Vote Park, and I believe the count was up around 7,000 when that event happened. So it's more than just pink salmon that we have to worry about. The early time Chinook had already spawned in our system. Did that whole year of spawning get wiped out also, of the early time Chinook 4 sub-2s, along with the coho that comes in later in the year, and any steelhead that may have come in during that time too. Thank you very much.
Tracy, I really appreciate all your comments. Some really important observations, and I really appreciate you elaborating on the flooding. It's a really good reminder. I really appreciate your comments on incorporating TEK. I'm humbled when I present to First Nations because I know that you're out there and you're seeing things and you have that long, deep history. I'd be interested, like if someone, I'd be interested in having that dialogue on how to bring that knowledge within this type of reporting. I'm really interested in seeing how doing that, thinking about how to do that. So if anyone has ideas or can help us think about that and work collaboratively on that type of thinking, my program's very open to that. So yeah, so I guess I'm just I guess I'm saying I'm very open to that. I think it's very important. And if someone wants to reach out or has ideas, please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that invitation, Sue. I believe many of us appreciate it. As long as we are compensated for our time and our knowledge, in the past, we've freely given our knowledge, and sometimes it's come back to bite us, whether in court cases or in how management is turned against us with our knowledge. So I would, remind the government that we're not free anymore, and that the people who do step forward to present their knowledge, they need to be compensated equitably and not just with a couple of pennies. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Gerald Michelle, Hoiston, Bridge River. My question is concerning Alcan Rio Tinto's facility on Nechako. When you do have high waters up there, they do release water from the top, skin spillway. Generally, the temperatures of the surface water is 18 to 20 degrees, and that warms the water, the freezer, right from the top. And I've got big concerns about that. That salmon are cold water animals, so it goes against what we are working on. I have big concerns about that. I see quite often. Temperature is not good for the salmon. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your observations.
Bonnie Adel speaking. In 2017, we found that behind the Seton Dam, the water was reaching 20 degrees Celsius. We had loggers in there, temp loggers. This is just another reason why we need to be watching what BC Hydro is doing within the systems. You can imagine in August at 20 degrees Celsius what that does to a salmon. It's almost lethal. So I think that's something that we need to start watching once again, what's happening around these systems, and start using our own technology to monitor what's going on there. Once again, BC Hydro and operations are affecting all of our salmon stocks, whether they're blowing them out in Hoiston or they're running all of our air conditioners at full bore and the water temperatures are being held back at Seton Dam, or whether the 5% mortality rate is being met in the Seton system, whether the fish can get through the fish counter or not. So all of these are affecting the stocks in the two systems here. Thank you.
Fraser Adolph here. At what temperatures do you guys stop running programs on the fish?
You mean any program, like stock assessment programs?
Any program, yeah.
That I cannot answer. I'm not tapped into, but I can get a follow-up. I can talk to different individuals, including the Environmental Watch program that tracks tracks water temperatures. I know that there's tight connections. Like I know of some systems, I'm just not connected to all of them, but I know if any of you are connected to the Fraser panel, Fraser sockeye process, they do monitor river temperatures, and it affects their escapement goals and how they're thinking about things when they factor in temperature and en route loss and mortality. But more broadly than that, I can see if someone can provide some details on that and bring it back to you. And I can flow that back through the people who contacted me. Like, yeah, I'll see what I can do to figure that out for you, Fraser.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Manuel from the Lillooet Tribal Council Natural Resources Department. Well, I think that was a very dismal picture of the future of salmon. And I think we have all been pretty much focused on that over the past few years, thinking about, climate change. And, the concern, of course, lies within each and every one of us. Particularly now we've seen a big shift in what it means for survival of our own people. Particularly when we don't see success of returning salmon that we rely on. Our culture as a people rely on salmon. And that is going to be an extinct culture at some point in the future, where we're going to be having to rely on fish farms. So it's good to hear at least that there's some focus on at least management of habitat, and at least some focus on collecting data for the sake of trying to give us a snapshot of what we're faced here with, not only our generation we're currently in, but for the future of our own grandkids. And, I was having a little talk with one of the staff from the DFO, and, trying to get a sense of what we each do. And I think that, if we were to be lowering those barriers that we're all up against, because it seems as though we're sort of always hamstrung in our ability to work together, because we're either limited by policy, legislation, in what we can do. And we've heard yesterday, that mistrust is always the case, where the Ukulmuk are always having that mistrust of management as it's outlined in legislation or policy. And we've heard the other question of our Nkalkatmak neighbors as well, saying that traditional knowledge is not used. But at the same time, is there something we could, expand as nations, as government representatives, to incorporate, our collaborative approach? Because if we're looking to try and, I guess, manage the habitat based on, snow accumulation, habitat, enhancement, but as well as the returning brood or stock. And, there are solutions, but we have to, think outside the box. I was saying to my colleague here, I guess working for DFO, when we talk about solutions in where I've been working in terrestrial land base with government officials, I always say, think outside of the box. Put your head on the block if you have to. Act differently. And sometimes that works. I mean, the forest fires are one big classic example, and industry, of course, is wanting to harvest everything up to all of the streams that our precious resource relies on. So if we're managing for the temperature of streams, at least on the land base, You know, we need to begin to try and, I guess, pressure industry, but legislation. And maybe it means that DFO can be an ally at some point. Because we're not having a lot of luck within legislation. The Horgan government, now the EB government, has made at least somewhat of a commitment to create change in their legislation for management of streams. And small streams has been our really focus to try and, I guess, get better buffer of management. And we've had very little success, but you know, even with industry today, we try and at least pressure them in our own relationships to incorporate our own law that we've developed over the last 20 years, known as the Statium Land Use Plan. So I believe that there is a solution, but it's just going to take, you know, some creative mindsets that reach out and create some think tanks and ways of solution, because climate change is a responsibility for all of us, and we all have to begin to put that time toward working those solutions with what we all can work together on. Kookstje.
I've got a couple of people online here. Janice, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I just want to thank Sue for the not so good news right now. I'm sure the outlook is not looking great for our salmon. According to this, I know that they usually go hand in hand, the outlook and this report, but maybe just add to some wording that might be, you know, to lead into this. Is I added in my comment there, the fish has to swim through this gauntlet of climate change. You know, wildfires, logging, warmer waters, flooding, drought, human fishing, diseases. You know, it can go on and on. We have to pray for our fish, and your wonderful eye-opening presentation should be brought to all the people and let them know that our fish are having a hard time. You know, they have to. I used to say our fish has to swim through the gauntlet of Vancouver and Vancouver area. You know, all of the industries down there that our fish have to swim through. Now they're having to fight this gauntlet of climate change. Now we have to look at other things like the 2023 Bridge River Rapids. Our people there have spent a lot of hard work trying to get those fish through the Bridge River Rapids this year. Mount Polly mines that is being swept under the carpet, seems like it. You know, those are affecting our fish as well. You know, the Big Bar landslide, that took a lot of attention. You know, that took more attention. You know, a lot of people coming to working collaboratively with that to help our fish get over the Big Bar landslide. But you know, what are we gonna do as human beings now to help our fish? That's what we have to do, and we have to think of that. I always enjoy your presentations, and that's all I wanted to say right now. And I'm not feeling very well, and I wanted to stay on this because these are my people here, and I miss them all so much. And thank you, Rebecca, for doing such a wonderful job. Hookschem. I just wanted to give you maybe some words, Sue, maybe to use on your presentation. The fish have to swim through a gauntlet of climate change now. You know, that's it. You know, make it more a little human as possible, to get that message over to all of our people. Look at in 2023, we're having a drought here in the Thompson River, and we're going to have a hard time here in the Thompson River for our fish that are going by. You know, I can probably walk across the Thompson River now, and that needs to be looked at as well. You know, all of our rivers are coming to be drought, and what's happening to our fish that need to get by. Cookschem.
I just have a question regarding the data that went into, the projections of the climate change into the future, if it included the feedback cycle that's happening now. I know that, the forest fires that are happening release a lot of carbon and other gases into the air, which causes a lot of more heat in the atmosphere. And because the forest canopy is gone, the water heats up a lot, the snow melts off a lot faster, causing further issues with the water. So I was wondering if the feedback cycle has been included in those projections, because I know that in my area in Seton Portage, it appears that the Beck zone is changing from a interior Douglas fir to a semi-arid type of climate. That's this is going to move south. I believe it's the forest fires are starting to happen halfway down Anderson Lake now, and as the climate dries out during the summer, I expect that more forests will start burning further south towards Whistler direction, because the air has been a lot drier, and there's a lot more forest fires happens with when the humidity reaches below 30%. Now last year it was 20% actually when the forest fires were burning. So and that humidity change is slowly moving south, and it's going to cause more forest fires and put more of the feedback cycle into the climate change. Thanks.
Jolene, would you like to say, sorry, I should let you answer. I'm sorry.
I don't, Chief Randy, thank you for your, again, your observations and your question. I am not an expert on climate projections. I can follow up on that. I know they will build in that sort of feedback mechanism, but I don't know how it's done or how specifically it's occurring, because I know last year was an example of an exceptional forest fire year in Canada across the board. But I will look into that and see if I can find something out. But I think the most important things are the observations that you are providing and some of the connections. So thank you for sharing that.
Okay, thank you.
Jolene, did you want me to read the question out for you, or would you like to ask your question? Okay, online she says, thank you for the presentation. It's great to be able to visualize the trends and the ongoing data to see impacts to the fish during their journey home. Question: with increasing climate concerns and continued industry pressure, will there be more sockeye assessments? Was the last Fraser assessment by DFO in 2017? First Nations have the knowledge and should be consulted.
Thanks, Jolene. I need clarification on when you're asking more sockeye assessments and when you say the last Fraser assessment, I'm not sure what you're specifically talking about, because I know those are stock assessments done annually, and some of those are led by First Nations or collaborations between DFO and First Nations, and I'm not sure what you mean by that in terms of the last assessment. Maybe you're speaking of something specifically.
Sorry, I just had to quickly step away to get a cup of water. I just pulled up the report that you mentioned, and just kind of wanted to have a little bit of idea, trying to find some terms. And in it was saying Fraser sockeye and the Coastal statuses. So it said first assessed in 2012, reassessed in 2017, and then it goes through all the different, specifically, I'm from Nequatqua, interested Anderson Seton Lake. It said it was not at risk, and there's the Lillooet Birkenhead area, and there's other species that are endangered. So with the trends that you've kind of been showing with climate change, with industry, with all those kind of things that are continuous, and if we're not as a human global population going to smarten up, we know that it will have detrimental effects to these fish. So I was just wondering, those kind of assessments, are they going to be done a little bit more regular, just to kind of show, to keep those trends and to keep in tandem with the other assessments that have been going on globally with all the other pressures? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Jolene. We have a rapid, the Wild Salmon Policy Strategy 1 is what you were referring to. So we did an assessment for our Fraser stocks in 2012 and again in 2017. And given the amount of change occurring, I agree with you. We need to have these done annually, and so we developed a rapid status approach that will enable us to track salmon statuses throughout BC annually, and using the same approach we used in 2011 and the 2012 paper and the 2017 paper. And we think it's really important to have that big picture, like you were saying, to look, compare and contrast trends in the region. Also, change is happening rapidly. There's more acute events. So we want to be able to respond and say, well, how are the salmon responding to Big Bar? Or how are they responding to this forest fire? Or how are they responding to these actions that are occurring to try to improve things? So that compare and contrast is really important. We are moving into, we have that all done for the entire Fraser. And those 2012 and 2017 processes, the rapid approach was built on these 2012 and 2017 processes, which engaged a lot of different experts, including First Nations, in those processes. And so we've developed this rapid status approach. And the idea, too, is there's this requirement to do limit reference points to trigger rebuilding plans. And these statuses, combined with Indigenous knowledge and local knowledge, will help take those rapid statuses and convert them into, apply this expert knowledge as well to then create more official statuses. Those might not be done annually, but those would feed into this sort of annual update. So we'll have both. I have a long answer and I can provide a lot more, but we totally agree with you, and we think it's critical that we're tracking status annually and that we engage First Nations to provide depth to these observations and sort of help us think through the bigger picture that all of you are raising here. So thank you. I really appreciate that question, Jolene.
Any more questions? Oh, perfect.
I brought this up in the meeting you presented last week. My name is Daniel Farrell. I'm the Houston Fisheries biologist, and this question is also for all DFO staff in the room. I gave a presentation regarding the fishing rocks and the low Fraser water levels, and Houston was told that the fishing ladder would be fixed and the infrastructure would be fixed this winter. It's January 24th. I've not heard a peep. The fish ladder has not changed. It's a death trap for salmon migrating when it's low water, and I want to know when it's going to be fixed.
On my end, I can't answer that, but I can follow up and figure out what route. I don't know if any other DFO, I don't know who's in the room from DFO who would be better positioned. I pulled together the science, but that doesn't mean I can't reach out and figure out connections. it might help to have contact information between you and someone in DFO in the room so that we can make sort of the contact between and find out who would be responsible for thinking through that. So either provide me with your name and contact information through the organizers, or make connections with DFO in the room, and we'll follow up. And also make sure I have the details, or the DFO leads in the room have the details from you, so that we ask the right question.
Gerald Michelle here again, question Bridge River. Bringing up 2004 again. Forest and Range Practice Act replaces the Forestry Code, Forestry Act. Loss of riparian protection on all streams and such. The water's been warming up because of the canopies been removed from the streams and such. I've seen it actually been done. I have big concerns with it. 2004, it's 2024 now. The water's been warming up, and we've been losing fish, losing habitat. I've been telling the forest industries they've been killing our salmon, they've been killing my fish. I could add DFO to that by their inaction of protection of the fish, protection of the waters. We need to change. A friend of mine gave me a paper on socioeconomics. Socioeconomics driving all the planning, all of that. Forest industry is making money now. Conservative government helped oil and gas by weakening the Fisheries Act, weakening the Navigable Waters Act. Liberals haven't done anything when they got in there. They haven't changed, haven't replaced, haven't fixed it. Government's not really working, helping to save the salmon. They're looking after the money. I've been on here 30 years, and I'm getting fed up with it. Thank you.
Good morning, Michelle Edwards. I work with the Tsal'alh Chiefs Council as the TMU coordinator. I want to thank you for your presentation. As sad as it is, and you know, we're always talking about fish, and not in a good way all the time, and it seems like I guess environmental conditions are just kind of the new word of the day that we have to deal with. And you know, Bobo would know that for years we've been talking about all of the impacts, right? And it is the First Nations people who are bringing them to DFO that we're talking about all these impacts, the harvesting that goes on out there, the generation that goes on, fish farms that are happening, and that's the conversation we need to get to. We just keep talking about, you know, we're not going to have salmon, we're not going to have salmon. Well, what are we doing to make sure that we have salmon? And yesterday we heard about all these great projects. They're going on. We're doing all of this work. We're making sure that, you know, the fish have a place to go. They're all born up here, you know, and then they're making their way down to the ocean and they come back home again. And, you know, we're wondering, are we doing all this work and then it benefits somebody down in the ocean? They can go fishing for, you know, 365 days of the year because we're doing all this good work, and we're not seeing the benefit of those fish coming back. And this year it's because it's climate change, right? It's like the water's warming. The climate's always changed. I think just recently it's just been changing a lot quicker because of the human impact, which we've been bringing up for years. You know, that these are having impacts on the fish, and what is DFO doing? Are we just sitting having a conversation? Or can we work together to actually start making some changes? And if you can't do that change, how do you do it? Because you're not the decision makers in this room. So how do we sit together, take your ideas, even bring DFO's voice into a room to start making those changes that you see that need to be done? Because I'm sure you have ideas. You're just not the person that can actually make the change. And we've seen that, and it was evident. You know, we're going to be given a presentation on the fish farms this afternoon. But I went to Ottawa, and we went to lobby them. We went to lobby all the ministers, and I was surprised that DFO's in their office, we had to get off on the 13th floor. That's where the minister was. And most people know there isn't a 13th floor in any building, but that's where their office is. Right? It was very telling to all us chiefs when we got there that we were really dealing with somebody who wasn't working in our best interest. Right? And you could tell there that the DFO minister's staff didn't support her. Right? So what the heck is going on there? Like, are we just being presented numbers and temperatures and these things, but they're not really being effective? Like, I just don't get it, and I get the frustration that, you know, Bobo speaks to, because, you know, I was on the river back in '94 and seeing really healthy salmon, right? And then you get hydro coming along, and it was an order from DFO that they had to release water from the dam. Nobody studied what that was going to do. You just released water. Oh yeah, DFO said you got to do this. So it was a court order, right? So there's all these impacts that are coming from it, and we need to start reviewing these. Did we actually make a change that was more impactful than even climate change? Right? There's something we have to work together. We're the ones having this conversation, but the decision makers aren't in here. The middle management staff aren't the decision makers. You're here to collect information, talk to us and consult with us, and then put it in a bucket and, you know, pick out an answer. Like, what is the solution we're looking for? This year, it's just climate change, right? What's it going to be next year, right? Like I said, the climate has always changed. Or actually, it's just changing faster now. But we told you it was going to change. Our elders have told you, right? We talked about the hatcheries that they had to build here back in the early 1900s. And that was just because nobody was upstream managing the spawning grounds. We managed the fishery for thousands and thousands of years. And then in a matter of 40 years, our fishery was almost decimated, and we're struggling to get it back. We see the struggle up here. I don't know if the struggle's down in the ocean. Are they struggling? I don't know. Right? They're out there, they're fishing away, they're getting their catch, they're making money. But we're doing the work up here. I said, we don't benefit from the work we're doing. You're getting the jobs, you're getting the knowledge, you know, you can feel good about what you're doing, but nobody up here is benefiting from what you're actually doing. Right? And that's a conversation that we had even with the coastal chiefs. And they didn't really understand that. And it was because our conversations, our sharing of knowledge stopped years ago when they started taking our people to residential school. There was a gap, a big, huge gap in how we shared information. We weren't having those conversations with them. So they even lost the knowledge that those fish were coming up here. They were being born in our backyards. We were raising them. We were looking after them. They took off. They went down to the ocean. They fed the people, and then they came back. Right? That was history, something that we all shared, and that's coming back. You know, but is it going to be too late? You know, I don't think we're going to all want to rely on fish farms. I mean, they just don't have the heart that the wild salmon have. Right? They don't go on that sacred journey. The journey that we should all have the most respect for is the one that the salmon go on. right? They go through way more than we do. Look with that fish banging his head on the rocks through the dams just to get home, right? That's fight, that's heart, that's determination. And we all have to remember that's what they have, and that's what we should be respecting, and that's what we need to be upholding, that when we're out there doing the work, when they're talking about, then we're probably talking about one of the greatest species that is known to us, right? And never forget that they provide for more than any other human being. The animals, the salmon, provide for everything. There's not much that they don't impact or touch, right? So that's what we all need to remember, and I hope that DFO, as hard as some of our conversations can be, we have solutions for you, but I don't believe you have the voice or the power to actually make any of that change. So how do we give you that power to make those changes? How do we sit with you in front of the ministers, especially when her staff don't even appreciate the decisions she can make? And that's just the truth, I'm telling you. We've seen that. Her staff do not appreciate her. They would not support her. Right? So how do we make that change? Right? Because that was very disrespectful of what we were actually seeing when we were meeting with her, that her staff treated her that way. Would have kicked them right out of the room, should have sent them across the border and told them stay there. They weren't welcome in our country anymore. That's what we should have told them. But it's just a hard conversation, but they have to happen. Kukstem.
Just a couple of questions. I think the question was asked about the ladder. I think a written response should be added to that. As a chief of Chachlip, I'd like to see a written response along with a plan on that commitment. So that's something that has to happen. Nothing less. And I think also I heard people, and I hear people talking about climate change. I know damn well that the government's not interested in our views of climate change. But at the same time, I think it's time that we started asking the government departments to start giving us their information and studies on climate change. And the other thing is, when we talk about that, one of the things I think we should be asking for to DFO is what are the relationships with the environment, the province, and all of the other organizations that are out there. Those are key questions that have to be answered at a political level, so that the St'át'imc Chiefs Council can take their next steps in regards to the actions of DFO. Because actually this is my first meeting in a tier meeting, and I can't even remember. I don't attend these meetings. I'm here because of what happened in September. That's why I'm here. Because nothing was done. So my only statement here, my only political statement is, don't write me a letter, don't send me an email and talk about protection of the fish after what happened last September. Don't do it. That'll insult yourself, not me. Because in my meeting with DFO and Chief Ina, the only statement that was made on behalf of DFO was, we're waiting for rain. That was the response. So I think those are key questions I think that should be answered. And if they can't be answered at this table, I think the Tier 1 and Tier 2 should shut down and go to a higher level of discussion. Because I'm hearing the same things here today as I did when I went to that one meeting. I'm hearing the same things. I think if we're not prepared to advance solutions to the problems, then I think we're just wasting time and money. So that's my suggestion. There has to be change. There's no question. We all know that. But are we prepared to work together on change? That's why I'm asking for this information. And I think I don't think, for my community, it will have to be in writing from DFO. What's going on with the fish ladder, the working relationship amongst the peers of the Canadian government, environment, etc., mining, whatever else that's in those, and as well as the province. Biggest salmon killers is the Discovery Islands, and I think the province has an agreement with that. And the company's suing. You know, and I think that's actually kind of makes me scratch my head and say, well, we should start doing that. We should actually start. It's called mismanagement. We were the ones that were, somebody said it yesterday about the Bradley Bob case and how one of our elders fell out of a helicopter. Sports fishermen were just ripping the fish out of the river. Meanwhile, they're chasing Indians. So I just wanted to say that in a good way, that if we can't carry on the information at a level that questions are answered directly, I think we have the wrong table. I think I certainly am going to bring this back to the Tribal Council, who's part of that relationship with DFO, that this needs to change. Definitely needs to change. Just from listening to the answers, I think the information that's presented is good. No, by no means am I calling that down, because data is needed. That's in society today. But what has to change is the ability to answer the questions at a level that our people will get answers. Because when that young fellow asked about the ladder, I was really waiting for a good response, which never happened. I got to go back. So I'll leave it right there, and hopefully pray to the Creator, God, Lord Jesus, however we pray, that this will change to a high level discussion. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
My name is Lena Sangert, and I'm from Bridge River in Haitian. You know, after all that, you know, it's not only the you know, the level of the water and all that, it's what's affecting the environment. It's, you know, I've been thinking about that for a long time. it's the cutting down of all them trees. You know, they don't get much of a chance to grow because the trees and brush out in the mountains are being cut down, and that's the ones that control the environment. You know, the trees are the ones that, you know, that control the moisture. And I don't know, I learned that in science, you know. It's a cycle. And now there's a shortage of water because of, that's what I think, you know, the cutting down of too many trees. You know, look at all the bare mountains way out in the back where you can't even see them. They're being cut down, you know, and the forests way out there you can't see. We're all living down here, and that's why the animals too are moving down. They don't have any food, you know, way up there. You know, it's just a sorrowful sight, you know. My sisters and I went up, took a drive up there, and all you could see is the bare mountains, you know. Nobody sees it way up there. And that's why all the flooding and the ground has nothing to hold it. You know, it's supposed to circulate the moisture, and there's nothing to hold it, and that's why all that is happening, you know. It's just the greed for the trees, the money you can get from the trees. That's, you know, part of the cycle. You know, all that has been broken down, and all the silt and everything has been washed down into the river. And all the mining, you know, all the mining, and it's all going down into the river and poisoning the fish, you know. That's just so sad. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional here.
Thank you, Lena.
Chief Ina, you can say what you would like.
Thank you. My name is Chief Ina Williams. I'm the Chief of Houston. I just want to thank you for your information, your presentation. I especially want to thank our elders and our knowledge keepers, our leadership, and our people that are in attendance and coming forward and sharing stories and sharing information. We continue to be frustrated with the responses that we receive from DFO, which are no responses. the way our nation and our neighbor nations came together this past year, as Chief Darrell spoke about, was a message in itself. What happened this past year shouldn't have happened. A lot of the infrastructure and such have been, what do you call it? Not ignored, but there's been no attention to them for years and years and years. And yeah, I've been at the table for several years, and I can't recall the last time there was any attention provided to any of the structures. So this past season, there was a message that should have been received and taken, not lightly. It was a very sad sight to see with our fish this past season, and the work that our nation did to support our salmon shows how important they are to us. DFO didn't do that work. And as Chief Darrell had mentioned, you know, when we were in a meeting, you know, we have to settle with, different tiers who don't have the answers. And we're tired of that. If you can't answer us, then are you the right person at the table? Probably not. But we sent a message this past season, and I would recommend that all the notes and concerns that arose during this past salmon recovery season be reviewed. And as Danny had brought up about the fish ladder, we haven't heard anything. The work hasn't even been completed, and that's on DFO's end about what needs to be finished. You bring good information with stats and sharing that information, but I've mentioned it before that our knowledge keepers are in the room. They've always been there. And the salmon fishery has been declining the past, as Chief Darrell mentioned, 40 years. Prior to that, it was our members that really brought forward the knowledge of the fishery. And we need to make sure that those are the ones that are at the table. I mentioned that in the meeting when we joined the All Chiefs meeting about Discovery Islands down in the coast. I mentioned that our knowledge keepers need to be sought out and recognized for what they know and what knowledge they can share about our fishery. This past message, DFO needs to look at all of those concerns and all the questions that we had, and they need to answer them. And I agree that we need that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ina. Any other questions or comments? Well, it is lunchtime. Chief Sid's going to come up and say a few words.
So before I get into the prayer, I just want to say a few comments. It was a great discussion this morning, talking about the state of the fish, the effects of climate change, flooding, fires, and the forecast for 2024 with El Nino expected to stick around for a few more months, leading into a neutral phase and then going into a La Nina this summer. That brings up a concern for myself with the increased rain and all the forest that's burned down, all the trees. There's nowhere going to be for that water to go. And I fear that we could see another big bar incident happen this year. We've escaped a few in the last few years between here and Hell's Gate. With the mountain that came down, there were highways that were destroyed because of those landslides. We narrowly escaped another incident that could have blocked that river, preventing salmon from coming up to our area and going further north. So I just want to mention that so that it's in everyone's minds that we need to prepare for that. What can we do to prevent this? What studies can we do to find these areas that could be potential areas that could block the Fraser River, could block the salmon from coming up here? With all the fires that we had last year and the heavy rain that could follow with La Nina, we are definitely in danger of losing our salmon a lot sooner than we expect if these landslides do occur and shut off the Fraser River for them. So with that, I'll get into the prayer for lunch. Thank you, Creator, for the food that we're about to eat. Allow it to nourish our minds and our bodies so that we may continue to have great discussions today, to bring forth our concerns, to bring forth our questions. Let it fuel us throughout the day. I also ask our ancestors to come join us to enjoy a meal with us. I also ask that you bless the family who are bringing home their loved one today. Pray for the guidance that they need, the strength that they need the next few days as they spend with their loved one before they send them off for their final journey. I'd also ask for prayers for those that are dealing with mental health issues. Pray for the help they need. Pray for the guidance. Those that are dealing with illnesses, pray for the health and well-being for them. Pray for the help. Kukshdam.
Okay, can everyone hear me through the microphone? I think so. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rob Martin. I'm a resource manager with DFO. I'm joining you today from Prince George, which is where I live. I work with a lot of First Nations upstream of this area, all the way up into the tributaries like Stewart Lake or the Quesnel watershed. There's a lot of discussion earlier today. I'm here to talk about the resource management pieces and bring that into the conversation. So really, I'm here to talk about some of the management actions or abilities we have in season, and basically, you know, what we can do or what we did back in 2023 with the number of fish that did return. A lot of the discussion earlier was about concerns about the Bridge River Rapids, some other habitat pieces, and I think what I'd like to do is I can do some follow-ups similar to what Sue's doing and learn more about some of our other groups, like our Restoration Center of Expertise, and maybe share that with the Lillooet Tribal Council technical table. I'm also aware of a technical document regarding the Bridge River Rapids response, I guess, that's under development. It's not able for me to speak to or share, but again, that's something I'd plan to share with the Lillooet Tribal Council Technical Fisheries Committee once it's available. Can you go to the next one there, Becky? Okay, so for today, the presentation is kind of split into two separate pieces. As you can see in the back, the first half is going to be a recap of the 2023 season, and I also have some additional information to share with you as we move into 2024. The outline is just in the back here, you can see. So we did have Sue talk about environmental conditions. I won't speak too much towards that, but what I really want to focus on is kind of the preseason approach DFO had, what the in-season support looked like, as well as take a look at some of the catch and escapements, which is what actually showed up on the spawning grounds. We do have some preliminary information available for next year, so that will be some reviews of what the brood year escapements were, so looking back into 2019 or 2020. Can we go to the next one, please, Becky? Okay, so above here, we looked at something similar today. The graphic on the left there is a map of BC outlining what the drought conditions were in late September. As most charts usually show, red means worse and closer to green means better. So I don't need to tell folks up here how dry and how hot everything was. A couple of the highlights on what the fish went through this year that I do want to focus on. So although we did see low water, it did result in more favorable passage conditions at Big Bar, so there was no assisted passage this year. No evidence of detection or no evidence of delays detected throughout the entire season. But with that low water came higher water temperatures, which we know it's harder for fish to successfully navigate to their home stream. Right at the bottom, I do have a note that late in the season there were migration concerns noted at Bridge River. There was discussion earlier today, and I think Danny and maybe some of the other folks from Houston addressed that in its own presentation yesterday. Next one, please. Okay, again here, so this one is water temperature and river discharge. So this first document here, this is discharge. Or sorry, environmental temperature conditions. I'm getting them mixed up. So the green dots are what we observed in season. And what you'll notice if you take a look at the chart, they're near the highest ever recorded throughout the entire season. And if we switch to the next slide, Becky. That was paired with what we saw as near record low discharge in a lot of years. So very hot, very low water conditions for fish to migrate through. Usually when we see this, it comes with, yes, fewer passage concerns unless we have extreme lows, but also increased stress on the fish and a lower likelihood of survival on the way home. I'll go to the next page, please. I've gone ahead and summarized some of the Big Bar data that we have on hand from this past year. So radio tagging efforts did continue in the Lower Fraser, and those are used with, I believe, 4 stations in the Upper Fraser to help detect when fish are migrating past the area. We had tags applied to both Chinook and Sockeye. In addition to that, we did have sonar operations, so it's kind of like a ultrascan or underwater kind of camera, both below and above the slide site, that monitored passage from the early season up until August 1st. Given the lesser degree of passage concern noted in previous years, the program was shortened from what it had been earlier. The telemetry piece at the bottom, that just goes hand in hand with the tagging. So I'll go to the next slide, Becky, thanks. So basically, what does this all mean? These are all the pieces we have kind of in season and leading up to it and what we're watching. So as in previous years, DFO started 2023 by consulting and implementing similar management measures for Chinook as previous years. And what the guiding statement is to enable as many Chinook as possible to reach the spawning grounds. The reason that's there is we have been noticing very low populations in our stream-type Chinook, which tend to spawn in the Upper Fraser. As part of one of the FSMB recommendations in early 2023, there was the recommendation that summer 5-2 catch or exploitation rate should be reduced closer to about 10%. The previous data we had suggested it was about 14%. I just want to talk about this point a bit. So the FSMB is the Fraser Salmon Management Board, and that's participating First Nations. I believe Cait may be one of them, but you can go online and see who the member nations are, at least for the FSMC. That's 4 representatives from First Nation communities throughout the Fraser and 4 representatives of DFO that sit down together and make these recommendations as part of our consultation or implementation process, sorry. To go with this recommendation, it was primarily suggested that decreases in fisheries be looked at through recreational and commercial fisheries. There were additional curtailments made in 2023, but now that we have the data from 2022, we did actually reach that 10% target that was recommended. And there's more information to discuss on that if folks are interested later. So what this translates into for how we're managing in the mid and upper Fraser is what we call limited participation licenses for Chinook. So that's a 3-fish ceremonial type license in areas where FSC fisheries could occur on more abundant Chinook stocks. So those 3 fish would enable a community to have a ceremony of their choice to go harvest 3 fish when only the early stream-type Chinook are in the watershed. Later on in the year, when 4-1 Chinook are present, more fisheries favorable licenses would open up. In the Statlium area, there are no 4-1 Chinook that return to the area. It's only these stream-type 5-2 Chinook where fisheries are very limited downstream. So what that kind of translates into to what I can work with and discuss in the area is short directed Chinook fisheries, typically going to a number or a short duration of time, such as days or a week or 2. And I think that pretty much covers that piece. Yes, I'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, next one. Hey, moving over to sockeye. So again, through our preseason management kind of approach and consultation session, a variety of options, or 2 options were put forward on what sockeye fishing could look like compared to what our run forecast was. What we found early on is, given that the 2023 year was returning off of Big Bar, we were not expecting a lot of fish. And through our preseason planning process, we're not expecting to have fisheries as we are more in a rebuilding state. We did end up getting some good news throughout the year. So back in 2019, the total escapement to the Fraser was about 450,000 fish. And as we came into the 2023 year, we did notice we were getting more fish.
Oh, hi kids, what's
closer to the 900,000 range. Even at this amount, that still didn't kind of reach the threshold that had been implemented for mixed stock fisheries to occur on the Fraser River with DFO technical support. Yeah, I'll next page, please. There's a variety of information in the bullets folks can read through if there's interest in further review of the presentation later. So again, this piece behind me, this is our table. DFO consults on an annual basis. Essentially, this is the sockeye management plan that's used to help inform all fisheries, not just Indigenous rights-based fisheries, but commercial and recreational. The big piece I want to draw attention to is the lower fishery reference point. And I'll just step away and point that out here. So that's that particular column there is essentially the lower threshold of run size that needs to be seen for that timing group before fisheries discussions would occur. And those are set using technical information and consultation to identify what the needs are before fisheries could be, safely considered using the technical information DFO has. In addition to those numbers listed there, there's also what's called a management adjustment. And that's a numerical estimate of how good or how bad the environmental conditions are in the area. That influences our lower fishery reference point. So if we're noticing very poor environmental conditions as they relate to salmon, that would effectively increase the lower fishery reference point, meaning you have to have more fish returning to the Fraser before we would start discussing fisheries. And as previously communicated, we did see a low number of fish in challenging environmental conditions, which doesn't work out favorably for fisheries under this particular chart. When this occurs, the goal of DFO and many others is to enable as many sockeye as possible to reach the spawning grounds. Again, going back to when fisheries or fish returns are in low abundance, the focus begins to be starting to rebuild. So when the following cycle comes in, there may be a greater abundance of fish that fisheries could be considered on. Okay, I'll go to the next one. Thanks, Becky. So with the combined Chinook and sockeye management actions, what this translated to was essentially a 4-day supported fishery by DFO. We weren't able to support sockeye harvest at the time, given the challenging environmental conditions and low returns that we saw. Chinook being a little different, being that there's only those stream-type Chinook that do return to upstream of the Thompson. There is some ability for DFO to have very limited discussions on how many or how long a fishery should be, and those were held with some communities. I will add that when I was having these discussions in the summer, there were a couple communities in the Lillooet area that indicated they did not want to have any fishery occur for their community due to conservation concerns. So that fishery remained closed at their request. I'll also add that it was a pink year in 2023. There was a more abundant return than we expected to see. DFO does have flexibility in most years to support pink-directed fishery, but it was communicated to me in advance and through the summer that the discussion, that folks didn't want to have the discussion about pink. I'll go to the next one. All right, so this is a summary of what was caught throughout the year. So again, we've talked about the management actions. These numbers that are being presented are what was landed through FSC Fisheries in 2023. The numbers come from both DFO and First Nation-led monitoring programs. So the area likely of most interest today is the Texas to Deadman, which is listed in orange in behind. So just in case folks can't see, I'll just read off the catch here. So we have a kept sockeye catch of just under 8,200 and a release of about 200. A kept Chinook catch of 66 and release of 25, and a release of 69 pink. You can compare that to other fisheries or other fishing areas that are listed on here. And I'll leave it at that. Another note I'll make here is I do just have the FSC here, but I would like to point out for the Chinook that returned through this area as well as the sockeye, there would have been no directed in-river recreational fisheries. So that's why I don't have that number presented here. So we'll go to the next one, please. This particular table is a bit more in-depth. This is the catch table that's communicated, I think, pretty much on a weekly basis in season. It's shared both between Canada and the United States. And what it does is takes a look at both sockeye and pink fisheries. There is one line that I want to draw attention to, and that's where it says other fisheries under Canada. It's got the 4 asterisks there. So overall, we've got about 17,500 sockeye recorded as caught in that particular column. And that would refer to, it says in the notes here, may include unauthorized directed retention or unauthorized bycatch retention. Numbers for all the other fisheries are listed there as well, so you can look for recreational sockeye or recreational pink, and then there's notes for commercial on there as well. So there were some commercial and rec pink fisheries, but nothing for sockeye. So we'll go to the next one. Thanks, Becky. So moving on from catch, now I'd like to shift into what we saw actually return to the spawning grounds. So these numbers are still under development. We're just starting to get released to them now. They usually come out as reports with some details of, you know, essentially how we think the fish did on their migration route, what was observed on the spawning grounds with regards to their behavior, as well as the number as well, including factors like spawning success, number of males, number of females. So I think I might just skip over this slide and go to the next one. This just has some background information talking about some other stuff we've reviewed. This one's good. Yeah, so what we have here is the total number of early Stewart sockeye that showed up on the grounds. If you take a look here, it's just under 10,000 fish. Folks remember we had about 40,000 early Stewart sockeye come into the Fraser River that were counted at Mission. But given the challenging migration conditions with the low flow and more so the warm water, there was a lot of en route loss that was observed. For fish that did arrive to the spawning grounds, the female spawning success is at 82%. So it is on the higher end. I have seen it lower. And we have it split out into number of males and females. Interesting note kind of on here is we do have references to both the 2018 and 2019 brood years that would have, you know, essentially created this run. 2019, as most folks will remember, was our first big bar year. We had 89 sockeye return to the early Stewart spawning grounds. So to go even up to 10,000 means that there probably was a very large 5-year-old component. So these would have been fish that were actually spawned in 2018, stuck around in the ocean an extra year. For getting ahead of myself in the presentation too much, when we look at next year, 2024, we now have 2 back-to-back big bar years that are going to be influencing the 2024 early sockeye return, where we're likely not going to be able to rely on any 5-year-olds to help rebuild some of that population or at least account for a larger escapement. I think that's all I want to say about that. So I'll go to the next page, please. This next slide has very preliminary escapement information for the rest of the run timing aggregates. So on the top, you'll see the early Stewart, but we also have what we call early summers, summers, and lates. And I'll make a note for the most part, other than I believe the Seton sockeye run, Statlium does not see any late sockeye as we've got them organized in this particular chart. So again, we talked about early Stewart. We saw about 10,000 fish there. For early summers, it was about 187,000. For summers, 592,000, and late, 144,000. So all that totals up to about 935,000 sockeye that escaped to spawning grounds in 2023. And that's definitely on the lower end of what we've seen. Again, some of these stocks, especially though, well, the stocks returning above Big Bar, so there was a larger stock in the early summer aggregate. Again, we're expecting to see larger contributions of 5-year-old sockeye in there, given the Big Bar landslide in 2024. So again, these numbers do reflect potentially larger than usual 5-year-old contribution due to the losses we saw in 2019. And just the next one, yeah. Yep. And then just a similar kind of document for Chinook. I've got 5 different populations listed here, and the ones we want to focus on for Statlium area are spring 5-2 and summer 5-2. So those are the Chinook that migrate at least those are Chinook that migrate upstream of the Thompson River. There are some that return lower, but the majority of those 2 categories back there do migrate upstream of the Thompson. So for 2023 escapement, for spring 5-2s, we're seeing 15,000, and summer 5-2s, 18,000. If you look at the next column over, you can see the primary brood year escapement, which would have been generated from 2018, so pre-Big Bar. And we're seeing just under 9,000 for the spring 5-2 and about 5,500 for the summer 5-2. So similar to the sockeye, for these Chinook, there is some good news in these tables presenting, because just from a glance, I'm sure there's people who can read into it technically more than I can. You are seeing increases in some of these populations. You know, I did talk about some of the fisheries management actions that are occurring, and you know, fisheries really being reduced in all sectors, and that could be a piece that's leading to some of this. Other parts of it, as Sue mentioned, we have seen some more favorable environmental conditions in the ocean recently. That could play a role as well. That's not a piece I can speak to at this time. Okay, so that concludes that part of the presentation there. So I've got a bit of a look ahead to 2024 as well. So what do you think, Becky? Should I keep going or? Okay. So I'll keep going for the preliminary information we have for 2024, and then if there's questions after that, we can do that. I put this photo up last time, I think. I took this one out in Tsal'alh back in June. So this is part of the early Stewart sockeye release. This is a community-led hatchery program that we've got going on in the area right now. So they catch and release early Stewart sockeye in their natal tributaries, one of which happens to be right in the main community of Tsal'alh. I was lucky enough to go out and participate in the event. Gord likely told you a bunch about this yesterday when he was presenting. Okay, the next one. So as we shift into 2024 here, I did want to just identify the planning and consultation process that DFO has. It's just starting up next week, and this is led by the Fraser Salmon Management Council, I believe now. So DFO will review post-season information, work with First Nations to develop potential options to move into the next season with, and then provide consultation and receive feedback based on what folks are thinking about what's been identified. So the first meeting is next week. If you look at the box that says February, there will be another meeting series near the end of February. That'll be the one where the sockeye forecast for 2024 is released and potential management options for that particular year will be produced. It's usually two management options, one that is less conservative and one that's more conservative, and it's selected based on feedback and how folks want to see fish managed for the coming year. The final forum meeting is in April, and that's when the draft IFMP is presented and the final comments are requested, and there's usually a turnaround of a few weeks for folks to write letters into DFO and identify their thoughts on what's been addressed. Okay, so that's that. So we'll go to the next one. So like I said in the last piece there, we don't quite have preliminary forecast for 2024 or available yet, but what we do have is the escapements from the primary brood year return. So up at the top in yellow, what I have there is the Fraser, Spring, and 5-2 Chinook escapements, and those are just under 14,000. So definitely the lowest we've seen. These particular Chinook were affected by Big Bar in 2019. So we will be seeing a Big Bar affected spring and summer 5-2 run returning this year. For Fraser sockeye, the total return that particular year was 272,000, which is the lowest run on record. So thinking back that we're not going to have that 5-year-old contribution from previous years, with the brood escapements we have on hand now, we're potentially looking at one of the lowest forecasts produced for both Chinook and sockeye. So I'll take a look at the next one, please. Okay, so again, a lot of the points here just identify pieces that I just said. But what I want to address is the last kind of point on there. So stocks migrating beyond the main Tsal'alh fishing sites. And I just picked a few I could think of. So like Old Bridge, Bridge River, 6 Mile, etc., can be broken down into 3 distinct run timing groups. And those are the early Stewarts, the early summers, and the summers that we're always talking about. And in 2020, those subpoints below, I've written down the escapements that we saw those particular years. So 30 early Stewarts, for early summer, 29,749, and summers, 105,482. So I'll do the next slide, please. So when we talk about fishing, I've heard most fishing activity in this area, from my understanding, typically gets going after August 1st. So really that coincides with the summer run timing. So we're talking about a group of fish that had an escapement of 105,000. Of those 105,000, I've broken it down. You can see we've got the 4 distinct kind of stocks that are in there. So that's Chilco, 55,490, Quesnel, 819, so that's under 1,000 fish. Late Stewart, 4,762, and Tsal'alh, 44,441. In 2020, we did get reports of catch in the Tsal'alh area being around 12,000. And the point I'm addressing here is I just want to create awareness of the sensitivity of some of these stocks that run at the same times as others through this area at specific times of the year. And really identify or try and help identify where DFO or resource management is coming from when they're engaging in discussions with communities. So go to the next slide, please. I do have a bit more information on historical Chinook here. So again, this is something we've produced in previous years. So we've talked a bit about it, but the blue highlighting refers to the brood year escapement that informed 2019. So in 2014, we had a brood of 70,000, which led to a much smaller return in 2019. So we already had fewer fish returning than had, essentially spawned or tried to create that the year before. And then we had Big Bar, which resulted in further losses. So we are starting this year, like I'd said, looking at a primary brood year of just under 14,000. One neat piece about this table, again, looking for some of the positive pieces where we can, is if you look at the last two escapement years, 2021 and 2022, we did see increases from their primary brood years. So for some reason, they did come back more productive than the previous generations on that cycle. So I'll just go over to the next slide here, please. Again, this is spring and summer 5-2 broken down into their separate aggregates. So the springs are the earlier Chinook, and then the summers are slightly later, usually by a few weeks. So for 2019, we had just under 5,000 springs. So to that 14,000, 5,000 of those were spring Chinook. And that's what suffered the most loss at Big Bar. This is important because that may be a piece folks want to factor into any thoughts they have about fisheries going into the year. And then if we go to and before I flip this slide here, you can see that 2019 is kind of identified with the arrow on the side. It was lower by quite a bit than any other return we've ever seen. So there may be significant need for thoughts about or discussion about conservation coming up this year. And then we'll go to the next one. Thanks. And this similar graph, but these are for those summertime Chinook, so usually show up to the area a couple weeks later. Again, you can see very low amount. The losses at Big Bar weren't quite as great as the springs. You can see when you look forward to 2020, we're not reporting those big losses that we saw in 2019 for the summer aggregate. Still a low number of spawners, but there may be potential for 4-year-olds coming from the 2020 year, which was a bit bigger, to help infill and create a bit of a larger return. Typically, that information starts getting created or developed at our Albion test fishery. It starts running in May, and we'll have an update in June about how many Chinook are coming back. That said, it's likely that the same DFO management actions would remain in place as previous years, just with that goal of enabling as many Chinook to return to the spawning grounds as possible to help with some of the work folks are doing throughout the watershed. And then, yeah, next one. And this is the last slide I've got for folks, and basically just the key points of the presentation here. So for 2023, Chinook, sockeye, and pink appear to have returned higher than the primary brood year at the stock level. So that is good news, but they still are returning at low levels. Migration conditions were challenging due to low and warm water. DFO didn't provide support to mixed stock sockeye fisheries in this area due to the low abundance. And Chinook fisheries continued to be managed to low abundance or to low levels due to low abundance of returning fish. For 2024, we're going to see those legacy impacts for both Chinook and sockeye. There's a lot of discussion going on, it seems everywhere I go, about what potential drought effects could be looming for 2024. I can't say with any certainty or authority, but it is a thought on people's mind. And for the coming year, both Chinook and sockeye, given their Big Bar return years, are potentially going to be highly sensitive to harvest. So again, a big piece I think we're all probably going to be thinking about. And lastly, as part of DFO's role, myself, others will continue to offer technical information to support salmon. And that's what I've got for the bulk of the presentation. So thank you for your time. And if there's questions, I think we can do those.
Thank you for the presentation. Just on the fisheries management plans, when you're asking for feedback, and not everybody gives their feedback, so what kind of role do people not providing information, how does that factor into determining some of the catches, or quotas that are given out? Like, should we be stressing to everybody, you need to give numbers, or you need to give them, what you think your fisheries management plan is, instead of calling and saying, what's your plan? It's like, well, if there's fish, we're going fishing. That's a plan. But it doesn't tell you the numbers. So what's the importance of you needing information from us when you put those plans out?
I think I'm mostly getting the question. Where I'll start with is the catch reporting piece. I mean, it is important for, I think, not just DFO, but any management entity to know what the removals are from any fishery to help better guide how we're working things for that year, future years, just have a better understanding overall. In terms of pre-meeting and developing fisheries management plans, given the conservation risks or situation we're in for all stocks in the area, it can be a very challenging discussion. And again, with those guiding statements of enabling all fish to make it to the spawning grounds, I think what we're really trying to do is have a short opportunity for the community, or even really direct, like small, like very limited licenses for very specific needs.
Yeah, thanks for that. I knew it wasn't going to be a good answer, but I know the importance of providing the information. And the other one is really stressing on the 4-year returns, especially with sockeye. That's the conversation I think we need to have internally, as well as that we all need to understand what that 4th-year return is, so we can start planning. Are we going to be able to fish? Are we not? Like in the one document where the elders were saying if they knew there wasn't fish, they knew they had to go hunting more, they had to go and fish for trout a little bit more. And that's just something that we have to, I guess, start doing ourselves. We could sit here and blame DFO all we want, but still we have to work with them. And then the other one was on the pinks. We had met with the Chilcotin chiefs back in October, and I think it was Chief Lennon Solomon, and I can't remember what community he's chief of, but he was talking about them catching pinks and that it wasn't normal for them to be catching pinks, and we see a big return. So are they just becoming too much for the system and they're going to start taking over spawning grounds? And if they are, what do we do to deter that? Or do we just have to accommodate them and make more spawning space? Because before they were the fish that held back and didn't want to interfere, but now that they seem to have the numbers, they're right in there. They're going, we're here, we're going in, we're coming, get out of the way. And again, that's something that we also need to be paying attention to. But for them to be that far north was concerning to hear that they didn't fish them. Kind of like here, we're like pink snobs. It's like, no, we don't want fish, or we don't want pink salmon to be part of our catch. But to them, it was a surprise to them. Cook's-Tim.
Yeah, thank you. And what I just add there is with some of my work with the other upriver groups, nations, communities, bands, they did notice a higher presence of pinks than normal. So I think there might be some technical follow-up I can do there. Again, share it with the technical committee and have it distributed throughout. My suspicion would be that it's related to the environmental conditions observed, and it might have just been easier for a smaller bodied fish to travel a longer distance than normal. But I'll see what I can dig up for you. Thanks.
Yes. What is the position of the DFO on these trawlers and draggers that are destroying Chinook in quite numbers? And if our salmon is affected up here, and people seem to be worried about the native catchment, but what is the stand of the DFO on the fishing fleet down on the lower mainland that is fishing on the mouth of the Fraser River?
Yeah, so I think there's a few pieces there. So in terms of Chinook troll fisheries, so those are fisheries using a troll line directed on Chinook. Those typically don't start, I shouldn't say typically, but this year they didn't start until I believe August 15th. The year before I think it was August 1st, and prior years it was closer to that August 15th date. The intent of that is to avoid catch of the 5-2 Chinook we get into the Tsal'alh area upstream of the Thompson River. In terms of the trawl piece you're referencing, I think that's part of the groundfish fishery. Aware of some work that was being done to identify what fish were showing up in there. And there may be some technical information that's coming out, but I'm not sure I have anything immediately available at this time.
Okay. My name's Cait Cameron. I'm the policy advisor with the Tsal'alh Chiefs Council, and you know my colleague Michelle Edwards. She's the TMEEC coordinator. Today we're going to talk about an update on our fish farm case, but before we get into that, I just wanted to speak a little bit to some of the work we do at the Tsal'alh Chiefs Council. So here is the visual of, this is a visual of our strategic plan, which contains our strategic priorities and goals. So as you know, the SCC brings together all 11 communities and their respective chiefs to represent the Tsal'alh Nation. As we heard yesterday, our vision, I'll read it again, through collective strength and unification, Tsal'alh honor our ancestors' establishment of the Timiqua Stamicha, protect Tsal'alh jurisdiction, authority, title, and rights, foster development of collaborative relationships, increase our ability to collectively defend land, and solidifies over our resiliency over time. So if you remember just 3 things about the Tsal'alh Chiefs Council, it's upholding the Tsal'alh Nation's title, rights, and jurisdiction. So our work involves advocating on behalf of the Tsal'alh Nation on issues that are raised at the SCC leadership table. This is a platform for advocacy to engage provincial ministries, federal departments, neighboring First Nations and First Nation-led organizations, among others. So we have our 6 pillars depicted here. The first is governance and internal relationships with tribal organizations. Second is territorial integrity. Third is nationhood and capacity building. Fourth is communications. Fifth, language preservation and revitalization. And 6, children and family development. So this photo is of our Tsal'alh Chiefs Council SCC joined the team First and the Nations chair and vice Coalition chair, and applied to federal court for leave to intervene in a critical case for the survival of the Fraser River wild salmon and the closure of open net pen fish farms we attended in the Discovery Islands area First of BC. Nations leader gathering this First past Nations November Coalition in was Vancouver. comprised of 3 other This First meeting is Nations, attended a tribal yearly council, by the SCC. Tsal'alh Chiefs Council. This year we met with who ministries collectively from represent Ministry of 19 Energy and First Mine and Nations, Low Carbon as well as the Innovation, long-standing provincial Ministry of Indigenous Environment and Advocacy Climate Change Organization, Strategy, UBCIC, Ministry of Indigenous Relations, that represents and Ministry of advocates for the Forestry, inherent as well as title and rights of transportation around and 135 First Nations. So in this was BC. a provincial The First ministry Nations meeting. Coalition stated, together our laws, customs, one of the main objectives we have when we require us engage to with act ministries in a is to precautionary establish manner, a government table and protect our territories and way of life. Increase Tsal'alh we are pursuing this course of action because our inherent Aboriginal territory. title, rights, and responsibilities the to wild SCC salmon is a and very wild unique salmon structure habitat in BC are integral to and our has been survival, recognized identity, by and the culture. federal government And we as have a an government obligation to protect since and preserve 2013 wild salmon in an advanced for tax current ruling. and future generations. The First Nations Coalition. So we'll get into the details of the fish farm case now. First off, the impact of fish farming in BC on wild Pacific salmon is well known. Research from around the world has established that disease and parasites from fish farms pose a risk of irreparable harm to wild salmon populations. Open net pen feedlots are reservoirs for disease, pathogens, and parasites, and in BC, these feedlots are situated along migratory routes for all 5 species of Pacific salmon. Many populations of Pacific salmon are on a trajectory to extinction and cannot withstand any additional stressors if they're going to survive. As I stated, this is a very important migratory route of the Fraser River wild salmon. All right, here's the timeline, a brief timeline overview. We're starting off in 2012. This is when the Cohen Commission of Inquiry into the Decline of Sockeye Salmon in the Fraser River recommended phasing out fish farms in Discovery Islands by the end of September 2020. Wasn't until February, I'm skipping ahead to February 2023 when DFO announced that 15 of the open net pen fish farms in the Discovery Islands area would be closed. In spring 2023, the Weweke Nation and the Weweke First Nation, along with 3 foreign open net pen fish farms, they were Maui Canada West, Greg's Seafood BC, and Cermak Canada, challenged this decision in the federal court. Together, they said that the minister's decision was unreasonable and inconsistent with the Crown's duty to consult, and the Weweke Nation and the Weweke First Nation. In September 2023, the SCC, with the First Nations Coalition, submitted their request to intervene, and in the fall, we were granted intervener status. In December, we attended 5 days of the federal court hearing, which was held in Vancouver. The ruling is expected from the judge anywhere between the spring up to a year, so it could be as late as December of this year. The judge for this case was Paul Favell. Justice Favell is from Poundmaker Cree Nation. He commonly sits on cases involving Indigenous peoples and is known for his expertise in Indigenous governance matters. I've indicated down below if you'd like to see a more detailed timeline of the open and closing of the licensing and closure of licensing, you can visit the wildfirst.ca timeline. All right, so before deciding to close the open net pen fish farms in Discovery Islands, the minister stated publicly that this decision was about enacting the precautionary principle in the context of scientific uncertainty. She needed to consider what would protect Aboriginal right to fish for food, social and ceremonial purposes of the First Nations along the migratory routes of the Fraser River salmon. She also needed to consider what was required to uphold the rights affirmed in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Did you want to jump in, Michelle?
Just on the case, Cait's a little bit taller than I am. And there's a few slides in there, but we're speaking with the minister probably a couple times before the decision was made. And one of the things that we really emphasized to her, and it was all the nations talking to her about the importance of salmon and, going to be the losses that we would face, really the loss of connection to land and language and just relationship building. And when she came back, because we told her, said, if you go and make that hard decision, we'll have your back. And she ended up making that decision, and then we were challenged on that. And one of the interesting things with the two communities didn't think that there was any reason that anybody should be consulted just outside of the Weewakai and Weewakam. And we always said we needed to talk to them, that the fish actually come here. They're born in our backyards. And so it opened up the door to a few more alliances working with communities to talk about the impact that the salmon have on all of us, that they just don't show up. But it was quite interesting that they didn't think that anybody needed to be consulted. It was in their territory. Whatever went through it didn't matter. So it's just a conversation we need to have. with them.
Okay, I just wanted to provide a little overview of all of the time, energy, and resources the SCC has invested on this one matter alone. These are various letters and submissions to both DFO and other First Nations-led organizations advocating for the closure of Discovery Island fish farms. Okay, so this was an interesting case. It was a federal court hearing. These are the arguments of the applicants. So the 2 First Nations, along with these 3 companies, were challenging the decision, arguing the minister's decision was unreasonable and inconsistent with the Crown's duty to consult the First Nations, the 2 First Nations. They were also arguing their fish farms were an expression of Indigenous knowledge. Other applicants included the First Nations Coalition, of which SCC was a part of. We supported the minister's decision to apply the precautionary principle and close Discovery Island open net pen fish farms. We were also joined by a conservation coalition, which included a scientist we work regularly with, which her name is Alexandra Morton, the David Suzuki Foundation, and Mr. Suzuki was there, as well as these other organizations listed. So the respondents was just Canada, the Ministry of Fisheries, DFO. They argued the minister's decision was responsible. They said the process was fair, not biased, and met the duty to consult. One thing I want to note, the 5 days of the hearing, we could go on and on about the types of arguments that were made. If anyone was interested, we can provide more details on that. I do want to say that our legal team informed us that the only 2 ways the applicants, so the Weweke, Wewekam, or the foreign companies, the only way these applicants could succeed is 1, by convincing the court that the minister's decision was unreasonable, or 2, that the procedure followed by the minister in making her decision was unfair. They argued both positions. Pass it over to Michelle.
Can I take that off? I'm just not into that. Yeah, just some of the, the constant issues, and I think we all know them. We've been talking about them, that the salmon that are coming upstream have to, the issues, the burials. There's overfishing, logging, mining, power generation, climate change, fish farms, pollution, highways, and it leads to loss of our connections to the land, the language, the stories, and loss to our family ties and connections. Right, and so these are issues that we've been talking about for years, and we hear that fish farms is not new. It's not like, last year we heard about them and next thing you know, we're an intervener. And I think the next slide. Oh, that's a letter. And it goes to some of the letter writings that we have been doing. And this one is on, it's blood water, and it's the release of it. And we're writing a letter to Minister Heyman about our concerns that they're releasing it, and even our elders have told us, don't bleed the fish in the water, right? It scares fish away, it's not good for it. But yet down in the fish farms, they're releasing this blood water, and we're telling them it's still concerning, it's still got the virus, the pathogens of the PRV are in there. And Minister Heyman wrote back and said, oh no, when we made our visit to the farm, the water was nice and clear. Right, so they were diluting it, and we let them know that wasn't our concern. We want to know if that there's still, the diseases are still in the water even days after. And so this is just some of the letter writing that we do, and I'm really proud of the Tsal'alh chiefs to get involved in this way, to be there always being an advocate for us. Yeah, Minister Heyman. Yeah. In the fish wars on fish farms, the discussion on fish farms has been at the SEC leadership for over 10 years. Alexander Morton, when she came down, just said she's floated into the community because she came down on the raft trip with Finn Donnelly and started sharing her expertise and her concerns on the Fraser River stocks. She had first-hand experience seeing the damage and the decline of the salmon in the Broughton Archipelago. She worked close with the nations whose territory she was living to get farms removed. They were successful and have started the process of removal, and she shares her expertise with everybody, and you got to sit and listen, because it's not like you hear it and you just absorb it and you all of a sudden. No, the PRV is actually, it's impacting their heart tissue. And again, when we go and talk about the strength of the salmon, that's what that's what it takes for them to get up the river. And if their heart is weakened, then they are weakened, and so they start losing their strength on their journey back home, right? And that's what we need to pay attention to. Are they just losing strength? Do they just not have the heart to continue, like even at Big Bar? You'd think with the strength of the salmon, they would have got through there, but were they weakened because they had been infected by PRV? And Cait had showed the slide of the Discovery, or this, not the slide, but a slide of the Discovery Islands. And so that's where the fish are going to mingle. They're going in there, and who wouldn't? If you were a smolt and you wanted to go and live and grow up, you'd probably want to go there, because it's just all those islands are grouped together. It's got all the nutrients that they need. And so that's where they're hanging out. That's where they're growing up. That's where they're connecting to each other, learning from each other, even hearing different languages spoken. And that's what these fish are hearing. They're hearing all these different languages. They're seeing all these different traditions. They're carrying knowledge that is in their system for thousands of years. Yeah. So Alexander Morton made us aware of the concerns. PRV is I can't even pronounce it, and I'm not going to, I think. And the blood water, the release of farm salmon blood into the migratory corridor. And our elders speak of not bleeding the fish into the water. PRV affects the heart tissue. We can attest to how we view salmon, that is their strength and determination that guides them back home. If their hearts are damaged, they do not have the strength to get home. The determination is there, and we see that during fishing season. And even at the falls, it was hard for a lot of us to watch those fish just trying to get above the falls and just banging their heads against the rock. But that shows you they just want to go home, right? And they were trying to do it. And I think that's, if the fish don't stop, we shouldn't stop. We can't. Oh, I was starting to work on this slide, but the nation-to-nation alliances, and so we took the coalition, so as a group of leaders, over to Ottawa, and there was a chief, Chief Don Spapnik, and he's chief of Alert Bay. He's got connections here. I think his sister is Ed Mountain Seniors. I think they're brother and sister. So he's got family up in Haklip. He's gone hunting. He's gone down to the fishing grounds. But he had let us know when we were meeting with the minister over there that, he could wake up and he looks out his window, and that's where he used to fish for sockeye. And, the impacts of the past have taken that opportunity, taken that connection to his lands away. So now they actually fish the runs that come up the Fraser, right? So we're watching this, these effects happen where, not everybody fished these. So it just goes to the fact that what's been happening is interrupting our fishery, because they didn't necessarily have to fish with us. So we're listening to each other talk about a fishery in the same way. We all have that same respect. We had a chief from up north talk about, even though they don't get any fish, he's still taking his kids out like they are going fishing, right? He knows they're not going to catch anything, but he's still trying to make sure that the knowledge is being passed on. That's the state we're in, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to be in that place. But those are the sacrifices we're making. But we all don't want to be making those sacrifices. And the presentation today, when the numbers aren't looking good, in that fourth year, what are we going to do? We have to start planning for that fourth year now, because Are we going to be planning to take our kids out to fish, teaching them how to get there, how to prepare to get there, and then when you get there, you just pretend that you're fishing? Right? That's what that guy was talking about up there, and that was probably one of the saddest things I've heard, but one of the sacrifices, you know, that carried the most impact, I think, on the minister when we met with her. And just on the minister's meeting, and it was referenced in the slide, when we went and met with her, we probably had 3 meetings with her. We had a ceremony down in North Vancouver, the southern communities met with her, and then the interior leadership met with her last January. And she heard from all of us the importance of salmon, what it meant to us. And, you know, we shared a lot of knowledge with her. And, you know, we said, if you go and make that hard decision, you know, we'll have your back, right? You've got all these chiefs along the Fraser and on the coast, that if you can go and say no to, you know, reissuing these licenses, we'll have your back. And that was not easy to say because we don't have the best relationship with DFO. But we showed up for her, right? We showed up in court. They challenged her decision, and our intervener, the coalition, we were there to support her in her decision, to say, you know, we're here because she made this decision. We didn't tell them, you know, that, you know, we were going to have her back and those things. We didn't say that in court. But that's what we let her know, you know, and that was in January of 2023. In February, she came out with a decision, and then she was challenged right away. And I could understand the challenge. Right? It's an industry that, you know, they're talking hundreds of $1 million is what they're making. Right? It's not, you know, $1 million. The nations themselves would get about $12 million a year, but only for 9 years. Right? So we've got to start looking, how do we start selling out, you know, for $12 million a year? How do you take a whole nation's culture away for $12 million? Right? Those are the things that we've got to actually really think about, and that we still have to be challenging other communities who look at these economies over our culture and our heritage. You know, and they say that, no, we can do this because it was part of our history. You know, it was our economy. We did these things. It's like, no, we didn't. Right? Even their people don't want to eat the farm salmon. They're like, ugh. Right? Like, you just don't want to eat it. It's not natural for us to go and eat these salmon. So I could see why they're fighting so hard. For them, it's money, but it's only money for 9 years because those licenses only last 9 years. So the intervention, I think, was really important for us. The hearing, definitely to hear, you know, from Canada. You know, in Canada, really having to stand up and defend themselves, and the minister, you know, then really challenging the minister that, again, her own staff, she wasn't believing her staff. She was going by, she said, well, I heard what they had to say, but I made the decision in the best interest of the people, the economy. Right? And that's where we'd seen that, you know, that there was a little bit of disconnection between her staff over in Ottawa and her around the fish farms. And a lot of time, I mean, you can see it's, you know, it's always money, right? When there's companies out there making hundreds of $1 million, the government listens. But then again, we're the actual only country who allows fish farms. They've been kicked out of every other country, right? But as I always say, are we that nice? That's like, yeah, come on in, put a fish farm in. Who cares if it decimates? We shouldn't be. You know, people always say, oh, yeah, you guys are really good people. Well, we don't need to be that good, that we invite people in to actually destroy the one thing that we all have in common, and that's salmon. So we hope that the decision that comes back is not to renew those licenses. That's a whole process in itself about these farms, everything that comes with it, the hatcheries that they have, the whole industry, the boat industry, you know, going out, collecting the eggs, delivering the eggs, growing the food, feeding, like there's just so much to it. You know, that one could be a real beast, right? And I think if the decision comes back that they will renew them, you know, then collectively we're really going to have to be getting together and really challenging the nations. Right? It's not just the industry. We need to have a conversation with the nations and say, this is what you're going to take away from us. This is what we're going to lose every year. This is what we're not going to be able to teach our children. Right? Those are our losses, and to me that's more than $12 million a year, because that's about 136 communities who will face that. Right? And sometimes we just need to talk amongst ourselves. Right? That's not always about money. Right? And we shouldn't have to lose our way of life for $12 million. And that has to be our message back to them. So with that, I'd just like to say kukstem to everybody for listening to this workshop. Really liked it. And just on for Cait, Cait's got family here. She, you know, when we have connections, we always talk up or introduce ourselves. Mike Kane Sr. and Rose Kane are her grandparents. So she's got a direct connection here, and some of the elders here would know your grandparents. So thank you.
Gerald, Michelle, Bridge River, Hoiston. Mine is 2008, Canada and Norway signed a memorandum of understanding. Top of the list was aquaculture. Norway has the fish farms in BC. I'd like to know where that is. I haven't followed up on it. The other one is muzzling of scientists by Canada. 2 scientists, Christy Miller from BC, and I think she's DFO scientist. Excuse me. The other one is Dr. Kabenji from back east. Both of those scientists had information on viruses and such, and the government shut them down. They shut them up. There has to be a reason for that. I'd like to know that. I just have to share that with you. Thank you.
I love all your work, and I love all the work that you guys are relying on, especially Alexander Morton. I've read her book, Not Under My Watch, and everybody should read that book as well. She brings a lot of information, a lot of compassion against the fish farms. And I thought at one time that the DFO and the federal government were saying that all of the fish farms were going to be taken out of that area. Now it comes to another year that they're not taking these fish farms out. Like, what is their holdup? Like, didn't they not hear our people saying it's bad for our fish? You know, how much more pressure are we going to have to go to these people and letting them know that it's not good for our fish? So another thing was your introduction, the fish, Alexander Morton, and I think Alexander Morton did mention a DFO scientist, Gerald. I'm not too sure if that was Christy or not, in her book about Not Under My Watch, about scientists being muzzled. You know, we have to get those people reeled in on our side as well, all those scientists and biologists that have their muzzles on, that can't say too much now. So maybe that's the way. And sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I think that's about it for now, but thank you for all of your hard work in putting your presentation up. It's good to see something come together after all these years. Like, we're putting pressure on back in the day when this SEC letter came out. You know, it should not have happened that way. You know, people, they knew that this was happening about the blood water coming out. You know, we knew that. It was given in our fisheries tech meetings, presented to DFO, and, you know, like, how much more fight do we have to fight? Chief Michelle, you've been on this fight for a long time, and I commend you for that. And thank you for taking a new role in what you're doing, that you can actually, you know, get on the ground and do it. So, Cooksham, and I love your presentation. Hopma.
Cookstone, thank you for the feedback.
I also just want to say that our Director of Operation, Art Adolph, has worked tirelessly on this endeavor. So he's not in the room today, but props to him and all of leadership for carrying this forward. It was a wonderful opportunity that we got to intervene on this case. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, we've had a great turnout both days. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and I just want to thank everybody for the last couple of days. There's a lot of information that's come in and out of here. So the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 is concluded. So after the Tier 2 people leave, then we can have an open discussion on the last couple of days of stuff that any ideas or comments that we have for the future. So we'll tune back in about 5 minutes.